What's up, G Show Land, and welcome to another episode of the G Show Podcast. I am G1, and this is our top 5 video gaming franchises. That is right, the top 5 video gaming franchises. This one's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a fun one. But we are going to go down our list. Video games is a beautiful thing here in the G Show community. But there's just so many games. And what are our absolute top 5 favorite franchises? We're going to do that in a couple of minutes. But first, let me introduce you to the co-host, the cohorts joining me today. First, we got, of course, my right hand when it comes to Godzilla on the G Show, G73, a.k.a. Megzy, a.k.a. my brother Chase. How the hell are you?
Man, I'm all right. Been replaying a lot of the Mafia games and eating a lot of spaghetti. Don't know if that's out of taste, but it sure tastes good to me.
Terrible. Also joining us in a perpetual state of frozen bliss, here at least on the Discord chat, we got JR. What's going on, brother?
Boston makes me feel good.
Me too. That truer words were never sung.
It's true.
But yeah, as we do this every week for the past, what are we on now? 17 weeks? For the past 17 weeks, we are live streaming. The box is open. The chats are open. The doors are revolving door here on the Discord. So we'll have people pop in randomly left and right, and we'll have a good time. But before we get to our franchise list, Brother Chase, there was something that's been weighing heavily upon us in regards to gaming, in regards to Microsoft. And what is that?
Well, as we all have found out, that Xbox has decided to raise their prices of their Game Pass tiers. And the world has fallen into a pit of despair, and people are throwing their Xboxes out their windows, burning their houses down, kicking their dogs. People are not happy with this. But today, a bunch of news has dropped with our friends at the FTC claiming to push back against the Xbox Pass price increase. And, yeah, I have the article pulled up right here. It says, last week, Xbox announced it was introducing new Game Pass tiers and raising its subscription prices for existing members on September 12th. The Federal Trade Commission, FTC, took issue with these changes in a filing yesterday to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. And it goes on to say, in case you missed it, Microsoft revealed that their passes would go from $15 to $17 to $20, and the PC pass would go from $10 to $12. There's a $10.99 low tier. The FTC blasts Microsoft discontinuation of Game Pass for consoles, stating the users must pay a substantial price increase, which is 81%, to switch to Game Pass Ultimate. Those unwilling to do so must settle for Game Pass Standard, which the FTC describes as degraded product, since it excludes day one releases. And then it goes on and on and on about why the FTC feels this way, and FTC goes on to call the price increases inconsistent, and it just goes on and on about why they think this is thievery. Out of all the people, the FTC believes this is thievery. But yeah, the FTC was the primary opposition against Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard and sees this move as proof as it concerns over the purchase. So it sounds like it's still part of this ongoing war between the FTC and Microsoft with their money spending and money decisions. But this is the big thing. They are going to be fighting back against Microsoft's price increase. And yeah, we could either feel good about it or feel just as sad, but that's what's going on in the FTC world.
You know what? It kind of sounds like, the FTC, they tried to regulate monopolies and stuff, and they see Microsoft trying to become a monopoly, even though in the gaming world, they're not. You still got Nintendo, Sony, right? Fuck around. The fucking Atari every now and then does some weird shit. But as far as monopolizing goes and buying up all of these gaming studios, they're like, hold up. So you bought all of that. Now you want to raise the prices on the consumer because you bought all that? Because you want to have this exclusivity to your console and your console only? Yeah, nah, we're not buying that. We're gonna push back on that. I'll be honest. I love this idea. I do.
And before you go any further, that's actually one of the things in the article they mentioned is this was also in regards to Microsoft basically holding Call of Duty hostage to the tier for Game Pass for its day one release when it releases, and that's what they also think is barbaric.
Yeah, no, and I see, and I totally agree with that. And it, unfortunately, Chase, it seems like JR has gotten glitched out of the chat. He's just the spinning bug. Maybe this.
I can see him and still hear him.
Oh, really?
That's you, baby.
Oh, now, or I can hear you, but you're just coming up as spinning boxes. That's okay.
JR, it's good.
Just because I turned my camera on and off.
It's good he didn't hear you talk shit about him just a minute ago.
Oh,
I've been here the whole time.
Well then, JR, what's your take on the FTC coming in telling Microsoft, yo, what are you doing?
Okay, first of all, we were praising Microsoft, about a month ago?
They put on a banger of a show.
And here we are. Fucking, it's just like every time they do something good, they take like 27 steps back. I swear. Sorry, that's not how it works. You don't buy one of the biggest corporations in entertainment history and then charge us more for your monthly subscription to cover the cost. We've talked about this all year. That's what it is. They want to cover their cost. That's not how that works, dude. You have exclusivity rights for Call of Duty. You can't charge us more to play it now. You can't. That's actually fucking illegal. You can't do that. It's fucking ridiculous. The FTC stepping in. We all know what's going to end up happening. There's going to be a backdoor deal made, and we're still going to get charged out the ass. And funny enough, we'll add, find it a little odd that they're raising the price for Game Pass for PC users. That's fucking retarded. Hey, Microsoft. Game Pass on PC isn't even doing that great to begin with. Now you're going to charge more? I think you should go the other direction because that's not how that works. See, PC players are dicks. You raise prices, they laugh at you and go fucking pirate the game. They don't give a shit. Microsoft's so fucking stupid. God damn it. Sorry. It's just, it's so back and forth with them. Praise, shit on, praise, shit on, praise, shit on. They should be like Sony. We just shit on Sony.
You know, it's funny. I just found this out today, as a matter of fact. I did not know that if you're going to fly somewhere in the States, that not, you buy your plane tickets, but now you have to pay for the seat you want. Which is ridiculous because I just want a plane ticket, right? But let's say you're in a family of 3 or 4. You have to now, you buy your 4 tickets, but then you have to pay an extra X amount of money to make sure your whole family sits together.
Oh, boy.
Yes.
I ain't going to fly anywhere no more. I'm taking the horse.
That's what I told my wife. Right now, we're in vacation mode. My wife was flying out with my child to New York. last night I dropped them off at the airport, came home, had a little bit of dinner, had a little bit of the cold ones, watched a little bit of the movies. Next thing you know, I go to sleep. I wake up. My wife's calling me at 2 o'clock in the morning. Come pick me up. There was a glitch in the system. Something knocked out everything worldwide. I don't even want to get into it. But something crazy happened that affected pretty much the world, I guess, right? But it definitely affected the airports and the airlines. So I had to pick up the kid and the wife. 2 o'clock in the morning, rushing out to the airport, getting them. And that's how I found out that there's a freaking charge to sit where you want to sit. Because she's on the phone she was on the phone earlier this morning trying to get her refund set up because apparently all their computers went down and they couldn't do it there. But I digressed. What I'm trying to say is the FTC should look into that too.
Yeah, that sounds sketchy too. Like, what if you can't afford it? What if you could only afford a plane ticket? Like, then you're stuck.
Right, and
people wonder why we have illegal forms of transportation around. You know, I mean, I'll hop on a boat somewhere if that's the case.
That's funny because that's what I told my wife. I said we're going to Japan on a fucking a ship, on a boat, on a cargo ship.
Tuna boat.
We're going on a cargo ship. We're gonna be in one of the containers, just hanging out.
Yeah, we'll light a fire, get s'mores. It'll be a great time.
Great time.
S'mores?
Yeah, we'll tell
S'mores sound nice.
Yeah, we'll tell
Just
some.
start using Amtrak. And when they start making a subway, like a submarine system, well, they're trying to do a submarine system, and we all know how that's been going lately.
Oh,
They get it to
This
finally work.
that's
I'll take a submarine to Japan.
that's low, bro. Oh my goodness
You
gracious.
shit. They're trying to make you to be rich to fly on a plane. What's the difference with a submarine?
This is true. It's very, 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 very true. Very much so.
That concerns me because if movie theaters start doing that, like they used to do back in the day, but it was like 10 cents a seat, it's gonna drive people nuts.
And I think movie theaters do that, but we don't see it because they just add it to the cost now. You know, they don't showcase choose your seat tax. You know what I'm saying? They just say, hey, inflation says that this matinee show that used to be $7 is now $9. Okay,
Yeah.
I still get to pick my
And there's
seat.
that
Sure.
also at the end of the transaction, like if you use Fandango, they actually give you a rundown of your extra taxes and fees because they have to do it that legally and let you know what you're paying for.
Yep.
Which is interesting because Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, is that it?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
trying to implement this service, this law where no longer DoorDash, Amazon, any of these services can add fees that are like fraudulent like that and like hidden. So
That's what's up because honestly, I don't want to have to freaking order my beef and broccoli with pork fried rice and it cost me $39 for them to deliver it.
Oh,
What's
dude.
going on?
no shit. I was gonna order DoorDash last night, and my $15 meal was going to be surcharged and an extra charge for about almost $30.
Yep.
$15 more with also tipping and extra fees.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll just eat cereal at that point.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ladies and
It should
gentlemen,
not cost me that for a chicken sandwich.
that's true. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Shin Rob as the door is open. Guess who walks in? Shin Rob, what's up, brother?
Nothing. YouTube bots and YouTube videos. It's a fun Friday. How's everybody doing?
It's the man.
Dude, I'm excited. I pre-ordered that Atomic Blast 91 figure Haya drop today. I'm happy. I can't wait to
Oh,
do
yeah.
that.
Two of them on pre-order.
He's a pretty boy. That is for certain.
I'm still collecting Batman figures from McFarlane and DC Direct. No, anybody? No. You guys know that there's like a vampire Batman figure, right? Like I got him. It's cool. All right, never mind.
That Heath Ledger Joker figure I posted in the chat looked really cool today.
Let's go
The Batman
Comic-Con.
armor, man.
Let's go Comic-Con. Listen, I got to get that because I need a Heath Ledger Joker. Let's go. All right, look, there's 4 of us here. This is more than enough to start this podcast off officially. The topic at hand. Our top 5 video game franchises ranked, okay? This is all opinion. This is not going to be like a thing where we're going to, at the end, pick and choose what's going to be the number 1. This is all opinion based. This is our favorite franchises, okay? So here are the rules. Franchises.
Hold on, do you want to finish the FTC topic? Or do we just want to skip past it?
Rob, you got anything to say about the FTC stepping in to say to Microsoft, what the hell are you doing with this price increase?
That happened?
Yes, sir. If you look in our group chat, I posted it a few chats up.
I didn't even know. I'm sorry. I've been working on that dumbass Ghidorah video all day. I didn't even...
Oh, dude, you're fine. But yeah, the FTC is jumping in. According to Game Informer, they've submitted a claim to the Court of the United States claims, and they're saying that basically what Microsoft is doing is thievery and illegal, and they are wanting to fight it.
Fired. Do that. Fuck $20 a month.
I hear that.
I agree wholeheartedly. You're only tanking the prices up because you fucked up. You screwed the pooch. You dropped the fucking sloppy Joe all over the white tile, and now you got to clean it out of the ground. This was exactly what you're fucking doing.
Real quick.
You deserve this.
Real quick. You just said something that's absolutely fucking true. You dropped the sloppy Joe on the white tile and you got to clean it out of the grout. If anybody understands that reference, you know that cleaning sloppy Joe out of the grout tile, the tile grout, is one of the worst fucking things in the world. Good God, Rob, you are just fucking... God damn it, that's why I love you, bro.
And that's why I just make sloppy Joe casseroles now. I don't use the buns. Too messy.
Just put a little
I prepare
noodles.
at the dinner table. I put that shit in a bowl, scoop it onto the bun. We done.
There you go. Put that. Listen. Put some macaroni noodles in there and call it macaroni and meat
That's
sauce.
Hamburger Helper, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. But
Yeah, but sloppy Joe's and pasta is better than Hamburger Helper.
I don't know, man.
I love Hamburger Helper, and I do like the sloppy Joe casserole.
How did we get here?
I don't know, but I got an extra cheesy Hamburger Helper, fucking Hamburger Helper thing upstairs, and I'm just waiting to go.
Me and my mom are upset because we've been trying to get the cheesy Hamburger Helper, and it's been out of stock at my Walmart.
Call
Damn California.
Call Andrew. Hey.
Yeah, fuck.
Could you, Games? Could you
Just one thing I wanted to add to this FTC thing before we move on is this is just a prime example of bad business practices. Microsoft came in with this great idea of Game Pass being the affordable thing for gamers, and honestly, it was a genuine and honest idea that on paper should have helped us gamers very well. And it's not that it didn't give them finances, it just the finances hasn't grown, and the investors are wanting more, and they're trying to compete with not only losing money to PlayStation, but they're trying to recuperate what the investors are wanting from them, and which is also another weird thing because as we saw over the weekend, Amazon has now implemented their Fire Stick program with Amazon, their partnership, where you can buy the Fire Stick and plug it into your TV, and you can play Xbox Game Pass and the Xbox Cloud on your Fire Stick now. And what's interesting about that is that you can do that, and it's only like $160 at full price, but over the weekend it was on sale for only $70. And I almost got it, but the disappointing thing is it's only exclusive to Game Pass and the cloud system. You can't, like, when I'm checking other places, it says like you can download games to your consoles, like Jurassic Park, which is one of the biggest reasons why I want to get an Xbox again, was to replay the Telltale game. you can't do that with the Fire Stick thing in the app. So that's what's kind of a bummer, is like old games that you have, you won't be able to download again. So, but it's just an example of, Xbox is trying to find ways to make up some money and make some more. And it's start of that next step, and the next step of where our gaming future is going. And bad decisions are bad decisions.
Yeah.
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 Well, that's absolutely right. We're 20 minutes in. Let's jump onto the topic. Top 5 franchises. This is how this is going to work, right? Each one of us has 5 video game franchises that are our top, our favorites. The rules are the franchise has to have 3 or more games in the franchise for it to count to be on this list. We have a cheat. Everybody gets one cheat. One cheat. That cheat can be another franchise you want to add to this list to make it a top 6 list, or it could be a franchise that only has 2 games. You could do that too. That's your cheat. You get 1 and 1 only. Another rule: no mobile games. Mobile games, right out. It's console, PC to an extent, because a lot of these PC games, especially the earlier ones, are now on console, so it all works together. So PC still works, but it's definitely not a mobile game. You can't play it on your tab. It's not something made for your phone or tablet. Put it like that.
That means I gotta cross off Candy Crush.
There you go. Get rid of that shit. Get
Sorry,
rid of it.
Godzilla Battle Line.
Fuck you, Angry Birds.
Angry Birds is on console.
Oh shit, it is. You're right. So is Fruit Ninja, but I think there's only 2. I digress. Where are we going? We're going to start with our top 5s. We start at 5, work our way up to number 1. Wherever you guys want to put the cheat, you can. Wherever you want. I'm gonna put my cheat. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm gonna put my cheat before I get to number 1. So between 2 and 1, that's where I'm gonna put my cheat. You guys can cheat whenever you want. But remember, 1 cheat per person. 1 cheat per person. Oh wait, I just came up with a new rule. 1 cheat per person, unless, check this shit out, right? Because video games, right? Unless one of our picks in that whatever slot it is the exact same thing. So let's say, for the sake of it, that our number 4s, all of us here, right now, our number 4 pick is the same exact thing. Bonus cheat. We get an extra cheat. What do you think? I just thought of that, right?
I like it. Cool. I like it.
Let's fucking do it. You know what? This is fucking game show shit. This is what we're gonna do. So, stop. So why didn't we watch that shit when you was here? I could have done a marathon, but I digress. Let's go. Starting. Who should start off? You know what? I'm gonna start off. Fuck it. I'm gonna start off. I'll start it off. I'll start off with my number 5 pick, right? My number 5 pick in my favorite gaming franchises. And like I was telling JR earlier today, this slot could have had anything. I had so many different gaming franchises that could have fit right here. But I chose this particular one because longevity. And I don't mean franchise longevity, although this franchise has extreme longevity. I chose this particular franchise because when you play one of these games, you're not beating it in a day. You're going to play this game, and you're going to play it for several days on end. And my number 5 franchise, my number 5 favorite gaming franchise, is the Resident Evil franchise. And there's...
Bruh.
It
So
is.
real quick, I have to ask. That game show host cheat that you were just talking about.
Uh-huh.
It's not my number 5.
No.
But it was my cheat.
No,
Does it
My
count?
number 5.
it doesn't count. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. We had to boom, 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 boom.
Okay.
All
It's my
across
number
the
5,
board.
though.
See that? See that? We had to all across
so
the
we're
board.
we're starting least to greatest in this sense, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Our number one, the number one is our all-time favorite gaming franchise.
All right.
So yeah, Resident Evil for me, and the reason why it where I put it there really was because I said to myself, you know what? I do love those first 4 games. 1, not so much. 1 was such a difficult game, but I enjoyed playing it. 2 blew my head off because I was like, oh, now we get to shoot zombies in the city? This is a George Romero movie come to life. Yes, everything about it. I want it. And I love number 2. I love Resident Evil 2. 3 was great too. I can't lie. I'm a sucker for Resident Evil Survivor because it was the first person shooter Resident Evil game, and I liked that, so I was a sucker for it. Played it. But it was Resident Evil 4. It was Resident Evil 4 that went that's why I was like, it has to go on this list. And don't get me wrong, I like 5, I like 6, I really like 7, and 8 scared the fucking shit out of me. But it was Resident Evil 4 because I own that game like 13 times. I don't know why. I don't know why. But if it came out on this system, it came out on the GameCube first. I didn't buy a GameCube for Resident Evil. I bought a GameCube because Nintendo was that shit. Nintendo had that shit. And it had Rogue Squadron. Spoiler alert. My all-time favorite video game of all time doesn't make this list. But it had Rogue Squadron. And Resident Evil 4 drops, and you couldn't get it on the PlayStation yet. Nope, even though that's where it is. And Resident Evil 4 changed the way I looked at video games. That shit was a perfect fucking game at the time. I was playing that game while my daughter was standing up in a playpen watching me swim across a moat and fight a giant fucking salamander. It was insane. Then they start doing the remakes, and the Resident Evil 1 remake was fucking dope as fuck. Again, the difficulty level. Why do you gotta add these super zombies or whatever the fuck they call it? It's ridiculous. God damn,
Crimsons.
The Crimsons. I never beat it. No. But I loved it. Graphically, it was gorgeous. I loved everything about it. Resident Evil 0 came out. I was like, oh my God. Loved the idea of that. But it was Resident Evil 4 and the Resident Evil 2 remake that I sat there and I said, you know what? It has to be. Because I had other game franchises that, again, has about the same amount, if not more games than the Resident Evil franchise. But most of those games you can beat in 5-6 hours. Whereas with Resident Evil, unless you're doing speed runs and shit, whereas Resident Evil, you could take your time. I'm a zombie fanatic. I like to shoot zombies in the fucking head. So I'm going to take my time and try to make sure that these motherfuckers are gone. The Resident Evil 2 remake is a fantastic remake. I did not want to buy the Resident Evil 4 remake because I was like, come on, man, really? I already owned this game 1,000 times. And then I bought it, and then I played it, and then I said to myself, God damn, how did they do it? It's the same fucking game. But yet, here we are. They did it. That's why I put Resident Evil as my 5th favorite franchise. And we got another one coming down the pipes. They said they're working on Resident Evil 9 right now. And I'm excited. I am excited because when Resident Evil 7 came out and that shit went back to like legit survival horror, that was a fucked up game. But Resident Evil 8, that little baby in the second house that's chasing you, that's not a little baby. No. You can't play that game at whatever time in the fucking AM, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning with nobody here because they were in another freaking state by yourself and hearing that baby cry. And nah, man. Oh, listen, hey, I could deal with werewolves. I could deal with giant, beautiful vampire women. I could deal with all that shit. I could deal with Chris Redfield trying to kill me. I could deal with all that. I can't deal with giant fucking bobbly head baby thing in the House of Dolls. No. But yeah, that franchise, Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil is my 5th all-time favorite video game franchise. Brother Chase, jump to you.
Yeah. Now, just out of curiosity, we could use a cheat here if they wanted.
You can use your cheat wherever you want. Your cheat code is your cheat code. Use it when you want.
All right, I'm going to save it. So I'm going to start with my top 5, or my bottom of the list. I'm going to have to go Dead Space. Dead Space is one of my favorite franchises for sure. There's a big history with me in Dead Space. For one, most importantly, Dead Space 2. I am notorious and grew up notorious for beating my video games on the hardest difficulty. And during my time in school, when the kids, my friends and kids in my class learned that I was playing Dead Space on the hardest difficulty, because everyone knew there was that you only get 3 saves and it was difficult. People were placing cash bets on me on how long it would take for me to beat it. And it took me 2 months to beat it with 3 saves. And I just remember that being a huge experience because my friend that started it was very upset that I beat Call of Duty World at War on Veteran because he thought that was the most hardest Call of Duty game ever to beat on Veteran, and I did it and made it look easy, and he was so mad, and he started placing these bets on me, and so kids earned some money off of me, but Dead Space is one of those games. I just love that world. I love that franchise. It reminded me of Aliens, reminded me of Resident Evil. Dead Space was my thing, though, because I didn't really mesh well with Resident Evil. I have a problem with the Capcom setup, but Dead Space I liked a lot. And I love the first game, love the second game, and the third game I even had fun with. And I was really hyped for that fourth game, but unfortunately we never got that. And then fortunately for me, the remake came out not too long ago, about 2 years ago or a year ago. And I love the remake. What they did with that and rechanged it was beautiful. I love the side quest additions. I love that Isaac talks through the first game. It adds a whole new layer and element to him. Not that he didn't talk in the 2 and 3, but in this game, him talking and hearing what he thinks during the first Dead Space was really cool. And I love that. It's just unfortunate that we're probably not going to get another Dead Space continuation for a while. Although EA says that's different and not true, there's also that controversy of really what is going on. But Dead Space would be my 5th on the list. I love Dead Space.
I totally dig it. Rob, since we know what your number 5 is, we're going to go with you, and then we'll save Jay off for last. So, Rob, what's your 5th favorite video game franchise?
I'm actually going to use my cheat right now.
Oh!
I get my bonus cheat. So I guess technically number 6 for me is this small little multi-platform title that never made it past game 1. It's a game called Metal Arms Glitch in the System. And it's one of those third-person platformer shooters where you play as a robot, and it's very much like Transformers without Transformers. It's a big like military type game. It's a mystery. You're going to the center of this planet, finding these disheveled and awful fucking hideous robots that are trying to essentially help the evil faction of robots take over all of, like, I forget what the name of the planet was, but it was just this beautiful, timeless little game. Great sense of humor, little bit of horror here and there, fun, shotguns, shooting chainsaws, the whole 9 yards. It was great, and it was one of those games around that year that had a sequel in early development, but then had it shut down. I believe the other one was Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy, another banger. But the company that made it got bought out by Blizzard. Blizzard now has the rights to Metal Arms Glitch in the System. They're doing nothing with it. I love it to death. And if you haven't played it, track down a copy for PlayStation, Xbox, GameCube. It's cheap as shit, and it's totally worth it. Great voice cast and great music, too.
So just to get the clarification. Does that mean Dead Space was going to be your fifth pick?
No, because my fifth pick is Resident Evil.
Okay, I just am trying to gather how this all works.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
He just used his cheat.
He did. He just used his cheat. So, Rob's out of cheats unless some of us or all of us has the same number 4. But I digress. I doubt it and digress. Jr., what's your number 5?
You know what?
Uh-oh.
When this game originally came out, I didn't give a shit. Like the first one, I didn't care. I was like, no, it's not for me. I'm fucking with Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. Oh, they're great. And the sequel came out. I'm like, yo, I like this. This is fun. And then spin-off DLC came out called Off the Record. I'm like, oh, this shit's fucking dope. And then I picked up the third game on PC. And it's a damn shame about that fourth. But you know what? Dead motherfucking Rising.
Number 5?
They're fun. They're fun, man. Especially Off the Record's my favorite. And I know it's spin-off DLC side game, but there's a sandbox mode where you just get to go around and do shit. Go fight the bosses. Go kill zombies. Just go do shit. You're not on a time limit for anything. No Zombrex. No, you got to beat the game in this amount of time. You just go get your dumbbells and throw them at zombies' heads while you're running on a treadmill. That's all I need. And the first game, I have it. I've went back and played it recently. I'm liking it. I do really enjoy it. I just think, obviously the progression of the series got better. And 3, fuck that. That's almost, I would definitely say, an almost perfect open world fuck around zombie game. It's like on the cusp. And I didn't fuck with 4 because that looked like garbage.
It is garbage. Oh God, it's garbage.
So and it's a damn shame because it's like, if that studio came back and did a true 4 or 5, it would be the greatest open world fuck around zombie survival game ever.
Well, it's Capcom. It's a Capcom game, yeah.
Yeah, no, and 3, because, the first one in a mall. The second one opens up. Oh, it's more than just the mall. There's different fucking shops and open areas and stuff. And then 3's fucking open world. Like, the next one after that, if they would have continued forward, dude, like, I'm thinking State of Decay, but Dead Rising. Just go fucking have fun. I don't know.
Big maps, instead of a neighborhood.
Yeah,
that
big maps.
Dead Rising 3 was.
And they're silly. They don't take themselves seriously.
Yep.
And that's what's awesome about it. In a world where we have a zombie game every 5 minutes, Dead Rising was one of the ones that said, nah, this is fun. Go have fun with it. Go be silly. I love that. You could put on a fucking dragon head mask and have a flamethrower hooked up to it and run around shooting fire at zombies. There's lightsabers in the fucking game. You take a flashlight and Jules lightsaber. Yep, that makes sense to me. Listen, Dead Rising, the franchise minus the 4th, that's garbage. Fantastic franchise. It seems like they're talking about remaking the first. I hope they do, because that is a franchise that should not have ended where it did.
It's not talk. It's happening.
It has to.
Capcom, that was their whole State of Play thing.
Yeah, it's real. You can pre-order the game right now.
Yeah, it's happening.
Oh, really? Okay, good.
It's a legit thing.
Good, because it's just that 4th one, man. Just looking at gameplay and stuff, that's rough, man. Like, that's how we're ending this? Really? Is a step back.
I played the first Dead Rising and I hated it. I was like, nah, this ain't it. I didn't finish it. I didn't even progress anything. I was like, nope, not for me. But it was Dead Rising 3 that got me hooked. I was like, oh, okay, wait a minute. Oh, okay. And just having that fun with it, Like you said,
Yeah.
ridiculousness. And I love that Dead Rising 3 also had like mini games that you can play after you beat the game. Just ridiculous fun stuff.
And co-op.
And co-op, which made me go
So
back
good.
and I played Dead Rising 2 Zero something. Zero chapter, I think they called it.
Yeah. That's the prequel to Dead Rising 2.
Yeah, so I played that and I was like, I like this story. I like what they're doing. So that made me go play Dead Rising 2. And again, I was like, oh, this is like Dead Rising 1, which I don't like, but I'm invested in the story and it's a sequel, so it's already better because they fixed things that needed to be fixed. Thoroughly had a blast with it. Went back, played Dead Rising 1, and I said, okay, I don't hate this game. Played Dead Rising 4 and said, no, this ain't it. But nah, that's a solid. Listen, that's...
Check out Off the Record for real.
Oh, no,
because
I played.
ties-
I played all of them. I have all the Dead Rising games.
Yeah, because Off the Record, like, it's the story of Dead Rising 2, kind of, but Frank.
Yeah, with Frank.
It's like, kind of, it hits the same beats, changes a few things, but it's still dope. Like, they're good games, man. They're good, and they're cheap. They're cheap. If you're on PC right now, Dead Rising 3 is on Steam. It's like $10. And yeah, it's limited to 30 frames per second, but if you go into the correct game file, you can unlock the frame rate like I did and play it at fucking 60.
Nobody's trying to hear that because we all own consoles here, okay? So stop your PC
Oh, I'm sorry.
bullshit.
Listen, 4070. It's a beautiful thing.
All right, so let's get to our number 4s. But before we do that, we got to go back to Rob because he cheated already. He used this cheat. The Game Genie came out. He used this cheat. So we got to get Rob. You're number 5.
My number 5 is Resident Evil, because Resident Evil was the first horror series I got ingrained into. And as far as I can remember, I believe it was the first horror game I ever played that was, M-rated, and I had to lie to my grandmother, be like, no, it's just a misprint. It's actually P15. It's fine. And the guy at GameStop totally had my back. Because my first Resident Evil game was Resident Evil Deadly Silence, which was just Resident Evil 1 on the Nintendo DS.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So I was going in completely blind. I just wanted to play a horror game on my Nintendo DS. So I played that. I hated it for like the first hour because tank controls, the DS, not knowing what to do, where to go. But then I buckled in, and then for like 7 straight hours, I played Resident Evil 1 on my DS, and I think a week later I beat it. I don't know how the fuck I did it at such a young age, but I did. And from there, I think it was Resident Evil 4. And that blew my fucking mind. And from Resident Evil 4, I went backwards as much as I possibly could. And again, it's my first horror franchise I ever fully played through. It's one of those games that's just timeless. You can put it back in and enjoy it no matter what, be it the remake, be it the original. Timeless music, timeless characters, timeless scares, cutscenes, the bad voice acting in some of them. It's all good. It's all great. And beautiful atmosphere too.
I can't disagree with any of that. I can't disagree, but I cannot believe that your first Resident Evil experience was a DS game. I didn't even know they made Resident Evil for the DS. That was a remake of the first one, which makes me dated and old because I remember in 1996 Christmas being at my cousin's house when he got a PlayStation and we're playing Resident Evil and that dog jumps through the window and shit all of our pants. Oh no! Man. I remember being on a bus, my dumb ass thinking, well, the only GameStop in the tri-state area is in Staten Island Mall. And my dumb ass living in Red Hook, Brooklyn, get on a bus with my brother, get my wife, then girlfriend, now wife, and go all the way to Staten Island. Because we were in the mall the first time I saw a demo for that, and I was like, oh my God, what is that? And it was like, it's Resident Evil 2. You want to pre-order it? Yes, please. Yes, please. to go all the way back, just to fucking buy the game. But yeah, no, solid, man. That's a franchise, bro. It's a fucking franchise. That is a franchise. But let's get to number 4. And for number 4, I'm gonna start with you, brother Chase.
Number 4. Man, I have to go with the franchise only famously known as Darksiders.
Oh,
All right.
When I was a kid and saw this trailer, and you play as this big old giant. When I was a kid, I thought he was an elf, but it's not. War was not an elf, but when I thought War was an elf, I still was like, damn, this guy was huge looking. I thought it was like, it reminded me of Zelda, like Link, but it wasn't. But when I see this man fall from the sky as a comic and has this big old great sword and uses it to kill demons, I was hooked. And then when I got the game, I fell in love. The idea of being one of the horsemen of the apocalypse and destroying demons and redeeming yourself from a crime an angel committed to make the horsemen look in peril and malign was just so cool to me, and it had a bunch of great characters. It was a fun hack and slash. At the time I got 1,000% on that game completed. I got all the trophies, I got all the achievements, I got all the outfits, I got everything done in that game, and I loved it. And the same with Darksiders 2. Darksiders 2 came out, and I love Death. Michael Wincott as an actor, and if you don't know who he is, he was the villain in Crow. He was also in Aliens, and he was also in Robin Hood as the villain with Kevin Costner. And he is a great actor, but his voice as Death had this tone and raspiness to it that just made me feel like a badass. And I love playing as Death. I love the RPG element. I had tons of fun with it. It was one of those games that I played after my dad passed away, and it was just a game that I sat with. I remember literally playing that game for 24 hours straight. And yeah, it was fun. And 24 hours then eventually came to 48 hours, and then I was just in awe. That game was awesome. I had so much fun with it. And then unfortunately Darksiders 3 came, and it was done by the people that wanted to continue Darksiders, but they wanted to make it a Souls-like, and it does not work. It's not that I didn't like Fury. I thought she was great. But I didn't like the roguelike style. I didn't like that it was insanely difficult. Like, it was the hardest Darksiders there is. And it just wasn't, it didn't feel like a Darksiders game. And it tried to follow this story that just kind of was weird. And they tried to make some type of an emotional element with Fury, and it just kind of fell flat. And unfortunately, with Darksiders Genesis, which was supposed to be the game to segue in a pocket change to get us a fourth game, that game failed, and that was a Diablo style game. And it just is sad that the Darksiders franchise they're supposed to be working on a new Darksiders, but that's been in the works for a long time, and it's at the point now where I just don't think it's happening, especially because we got Remnant afterwards, and then Remnant 2, and I think that's just where THQ Nordic is at with that. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be getting a Darksiders 4, which is really sad because Strife was going to be a really cool character. And who knows, maybe one day they'll reboot the franchise or give it its sequel it deserves. But Darksiders makes my number 4.
That's a fantastic pick. My bad, Rob. Go ahead.
No, just everything you said is correct. Darksiders 1 and 2 just... I've never played 3 all the way through, but you get a game like that not very often. one that just looks the part, one that sounds and plays the part, and one that just is the part. And yeah, like everything you said was insanely correct because yes, like Darksiders is fucking fantastic, and it's a shame that it's at where it's at.
And Mark Hamill playing the Watcher, who's like the overseer to war, is Warden. I mean, even though he uses his Joker voice, but still, that Joker voice is beautiful. But man, but Mark Hamill, I'll take Mark Hamill in anything, man. So
oh, absolutely.
I'll be honest, that first Darksiders game is a fucking gem. I love that game. Oh, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Like you, Chase, I went crazy and made sure I got 1,000 achievement points on that one. I went and found that special armor. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to go all over.
Armor, yep.
Oh, God, it was so good. And the Mark Hamill thing, I'm just like, yes, it's the Joker. What the fuck are we doing here? But so what? It's Mark Hamill. And anytime he can talk like the Joker, I'm listening, whether he was the Joker or not. But that game was fucking dope. I loved it. Darksiders 2, on the other hand, that's where I had a problem. And it wasn't a problem with the game itself. It was they changed it. And like you just said, it seemed like every new entry to the series did a different thing. You went to the Souls-like, went to Diablo-like. The first two games, because even the second
game. The issue you've mentioned before with Darksiders 2, I didn't like the armor, the weapon system. I didn't like that either. I didn't like picking up because honestly, it made no sense. It was there, but it did not make any sense. And you didn't get weapons that were better than the other. You didn't get armor that was better than the other. Even though it said the armor or weapon you got was better, it would either look dumb or it would just not be the case. It would actually be weaker. And I hated that. I hated that.
See, that's it right there. And that's why I stopped playing that game and the franchise as a whole.
Oh, yeah. Dumb. If you get a chance, just play that story, man. It ends beautifully on such an epic note.
It was playing Darksiders 2 and I got a pair of boots and I was like, what the hell? And it just looked dumb. And I was like, what does this do? And that was the thing. And again, it was, to me, it was like a precursor to what Sony did with the God of War series. When they started adding the armor and the stats and how I never got into any of that, especially back then. I had a perfect game in Darksiders. A perfect game. And then they went and they did a fucking role-playing game. And it just took me right out of it. And I never recovered. But you're right. That first one, I own that game 3 times. I do. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. And I wish they do a remake, but nice. That's a solid 4th pick. Solid. Anybody, JR, you got anything to say about that or no?
I've never played any of the Darksiders games.
Perfect, because I'm
missing out, dude. If you like a good hack and slash.
Yeah. I'll mess with them. Darksiders 1 got re-released on the PS4, didn't it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, they had the War Master edition.
The War Master.
Yeah,
yep.
So like it should be fairly easy for me to get a hold of.
That's a fun, solid game. Like I said, a gem of a game where I played that shit and got everything I needed to get to max it out. That game is fun. But speaking of JR, what is your number 4?
So my number 4, like this one was hard. It really was. Because I had to pick one of the two because I'm like, 2 of these series making the list. They're from the same fucking publisher and developers. That's hard. It's hard. But I went with the one that not only did I play first, but I enjoy the most. As Game Z1 just joined.
Games, what's up?
Hello. So my number 4 is the Elder Scrolls series. If y'all don't know what the Elder Scrolls series is, fucking Skyrim.
What
What have you been living
Oblivion?
under a rock?
Yeah.
You don't know what the Elder Scrolls is? What?
People, dude, surprisingly, people don't. They're ridiculous. The Elder
Tell
Scrolls
me you
series.
haven't played Morrowind without telling me you haven't played Morrowind. Come on now.
Oh yeah, seriously, Morrowind's terrible. Listen, we'll get into that another day. The Elder Scrolls series, I love it, and I picked it over Fallout. Mostly because I love the world of Tamriel. Well, the continent of Tamriel. There's an actual name for the planet, but I ain't getting into that shit.
Nern.
Yeah, thank you. I love the Elder Scrolls series. It started out with Skyrim. Grandma got it for me for Christmas in 2011. Like, opened my presents because I lived with my grandma for a while. I was like, oh my God, Grandma, you always do it. And she's like, check your stocking. I'm like, okay, so I'm looking candy. Skyrim for the Xbox 360. I didn't even want that fucking game. Never asked for it. My cousin came over. We put it in. Dude, it was game changing for both of us. And then we're like, oh my God, this game's so much fun. Yeah. And then in the first like 2 weeks, because Christmas break, man, we were doing everything possible to become werewolves. Like taking turns on the controller. We both knew what we wanted to do with the characters, so we're both just taking. We wanted to be werewolves.
I remember the first time I accidentally killed a chicken in Skyrim, and it was
Oh
the
my
biggest
God.
mistake I ever made.
Do not do that shit. Still to this day, don't do that shit. No,
I agree with you, JR. I picked Skyrim over Fallout any day.
Yeah,
I bought the when Skyrim had the first Ultimate Edition and then their second Ultimate Edition, and now on my PS5 I have their PS5 version. I bought the Ultimate Edition of those, so I own Skyrim 3 times, and I will definitely sit down in the future and put another 1,800 hours into that game.
So, I own Skyrim 8 times.
Damn.
Yeah,
I
that's
bought
too
it
much.
on the Xbox 360. I bought it on the PlayStation 3. I rebought it for the Xbox 360. Got it for the Xbox One. Got the Series X copy, but then I bought it on the PlayStation 4, which then I got the PS5 version of it, and then I bought it on PC.
Yeah, nah, listen, I ain't mad at you.
Oh no! 9 times! I own it for my fucking Switch! I own it for my Switch! So I've bought this. I have 9 copies of this fucking game currently.
I'm sorry.
But Skyrim.
How many times could you get an arrow to your fucking knee, bro?
Oh, fucking a lot, man.
Jesus.
But oh no, and then yeah, I have the VR version too, so 10 times. I forgot. I have the PlayStation VR version. But it's not even just Skyrim. Skyrim is what got me into this, the lore, the world of the Elder Scrolls. I went back and played Oblivion. Fucking love Oblivion. Played Morrowind. The mechanics are dated of Morrowind, but the story's complex. And this is gonna shock people. My favorite Elder Scrolls game is actually Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, which originally came out on the fucking DOS back in the day. This independent developer took the game, ported it to the Unity engine, and it's on PC for free. So you can play the game with modern-ish day graphics. It still has the pixel art, which is fine. That game is my favorite Elder Scrolls game. The map is the second largest map in video game history, behind Minecraft.
Jesus Christ.
Like Minecraft Infinite, because it's huge. Endless dungeons. You can buy a house. You can go to court for committing crimes. You can buy a boat. You can do all of this crazy shit in this game to the point where it's like, you know what? Fuck World of Warcraft. Elder Scrolls. That's it. The Elder Scrolls is my high fantasy. Fantastic game series.
You just reminded me that I got married in Skyrim, and I need to go back because I haven't seen her in about a decade.
Yeah. She got 20 kids. They ain't yours.
I missed her a lot.
Wait,
Yeah, I told her I was going out for milk and never returned. She's probably mad.
here's the question. Which wife is it?
Oh, I married Serena.
Oh, you're a
Oh,
dirty boy.
you modded that shit then
I'm in-
because
I'm
she's
in the
normally
vampires.
not marryable.
Well, hold up. All right, so number 4 is your Elder Scrolls series.
The Elder Scrolls series.
I don't know how long I've got Gam Gams for. Are you on break right now?
Yes, I am. I got about 7 minutes, give or take.
Okay, so Gam Gams, you know the rules to this, right? Top 5 franchises. We start from 5. We work our way up to number 1, our favorite. You get 1 cheat.
All right.
That cheat can consist of another franchise, which would be number 6, or that has 3 games or more, or a franchise that only has 2. We're going to start with number 5 for you right now, Gam Gams. What is your 5th favorite gaming franchise?
Okay, number 5 most favorite gaming franchise for me would probably have to be Spyro the Dragon,
Oh.
because I like playing as a dragon, and it's one of the best collectathon platformers out there.
Max.
Now, the quality kind of dipped with the Legend of Spyro trilogy because they tried to be like action-adventure games rather than, collectathon platformers. But they're still pretty fun in their own right, especially the second game. I really like the second Legend of Spyro game. But yeah, number 5 for me has to be Spyro the Dragon. And if you want me to rapid fire for my number 4,
I mean,
my number 4...
we should do that, right? Considering we wait. What
Yeah.
time do you get out of work? How many hours you have left?
I got 2 hours left after I get off a break.
Let's get number 4 real quick. Let's do that.
Yeah, number 4 real quick for me would most likely have to be the Infamous franchise. I love Infamous to death. Cole McGrath is one of my favorite characters in all of gaming. The parkour mechanics, the power mechanics, the karma mechanics, whether you be evil or good or somewhere in the middle. I again, with more recent entries like Infamous Second Son, where you don't play as Cole McGrath, still a really fun game mechanics-wise, just not as fun story-wise because, Cole's dead.
Yeah.
And he's not coming back. Very
Dude,
unfortunate.
spoilers.
Spoilers for an over 2-decade-old game, all right.
Did you say
Listen,
you
man.
can't marry Serena in Skyrim?
Yeah,
Oh my
you
God.
can't marry Serena in Skyrim without mods.
Yes, you can. No, you can't. You can because
Yeah,
I
you
did it.
can't. Real quick. This is how you do it. You can convince her to no longer be a vampire. She comes back as a human. You marry her. It's
Yeah,
an
that's
actual
exactly-
whole side quest.
Yeah,
But-
you, and you
But I
give her
would
an
marry
annual
her
and stuff.
when she's a vampire, because vampires are hot.
I know, but that's the only way you can marry her. And I'm just letting you know that I've
That's
played a lot of that game.
We're talking about vampires and Infamous, and one of my favorite fucking DLCs of any game is
Yes, the
The-
vampire expansion DLC for Infamous 2.
yes,
Based.
so
I
dope.
love that.
That was a
expansion.
great DLC.
It really, really was. That was so dope. Which means Cole's not dead, right there. He's a vampire.
Right there.
Well,
there we
he
go.
went into the atmosphere.
Yeah, yes, okay, so he did, but we can bring
He's
him back.
gone.
He's Dr. Manhattan in The Watchmen. He can come back.
I agree. I believe Cole's not dead. I think that was a stupid decision. I say Cole's dead. I'm part of that team. But however, I do like Prototype really like a lot.
I gotta say
That's
though,
valid. That's valid.
Gams, I
It
gotta
was
say,
hard for me yesterday to pick between Infamous and Prototype. But for me, it's because Infamous has more games.
yes,
Prototype only
Yeah,
has 2 games.
and even though I like Prototype too, I don't like that they made Alex Mercer the villain.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy, Liz, god damn. Yeah, no, I've never played Prototype because I was a total bias for Infamous. Total bias. I was like, what is
Oh,
this?
dude.
Fun,
I would still highly recommend trying out Prototype because if you ever played Hulk Ultimate Destruction on PS2, same people, very similar mechanics.
Yeah, and honestly, right now there is a game sale on Xbox, like it's called the Ultimate Game Sale, and I think Prototype 1 and 2 is like $15 together.
Yeah, dude,
Heck yeah.
those are definitely highly recommended. If you just want some fun games, they're dark and gritty with good stories.
Not bad, not bad. Wow, so Spyro the Dragon goes to Infamous. I mean, Gamzee won, everybody, for the love of God. That's
I
just
mean,
such a crazy
I'm very
juxtaposition.
different with my favorites. I'm very different because I love me my platformers and I love me my open world action adventure games.
Now, I ain't mad at you at all. I'm not mad at you at all. Rob, since you already used a cheat code, what is your fourth favorite game franchise?
My fourth is the original. Well, I can't say that. I'm just gonna say Mass Effect. Mass Effect is my number 4,
Ooh.
and that's a big thing for me because I only played 1 through 3 and Andromeda to completion last year.
Oh, wow.
I was a very late bloomer on Mass Effect because I bought the original at release and I was not feeling it. I didn't like it at all. And I spent a good part of my life not liking Mass Effect. But once I started game sharing with Gams over here, I saw that Legendary Collection thing was there. And I'm like, you know what? My job is dead right now. I ain't doing nothing until my Playmates Godzilla vs. Kong shit comes in. Okay, so this wasn't last year, it was the year before. I'm going to play Mass Effect. And god damn it, I went through Mass Effect 1 and 2, I think, in 2 weeks. I would have done Mass Effect 3 in a week, but I found out I did something wrong and I restarted it because I wanted the quote-unquote best ending. But Mass Effect is beautiful. I love the characters, the growth of them, the story, the side quests, the music, being able to romance whoever you want, Liara forever. It's one of those games. Well, it's 3 of those games, I should say. It's 3 of those games that I wish I could go back in time and buy and then play like as they came out because I completely missed Mass Effect at its peak. And then I played Andromeda and it's mid.
You know,
So-
I had no idea that it was because of me. So what can I say except you're welcome?
Look
Yes,
at this
thank
guy.
you so much. And just to let you know, Drew, I've bought that physically, and I'm currently waiting on a bid for the physical Ultimate Collection of it back on 360 and PlayStation 3. And if I get that bid, I will have the whole box set of the original discs for $55.
Good God Almighty!
No.
Which crackhead is selling that? Jesus Christ!
It's okay. They don't need to know.
But Rob, I'm with you, man. When I tried Mass Effect for the first time, I had the same thing. It took me a minute to get into it. And I remember as well, I had to restart either the first game or the second game because I wanted to get the best ending. And I think it was the second one. I wanted to get the best ending possible. And I messed up and had to restart it. But I love those games too.
Yeah.
Those games are
But
beautiful.
all right, guys. If y'all are still on, I'll give you my 3 through number 1 when I come back.
All
From
right,
All
work.
right, bro.
2
And,
hours. 2
I will
hours.
see y'all then.
We're looking forward to it. 2
See you
hours. All right, games.
2 hours.
2 hours.
All right.
$2.
We got 2 hours to space the shit. I played Mass Effect in the beginning, and it was not my cup of tea. So I was like, all right. And again, the game was dope. Like, it looked dope. It played right. It's just, that's not the... I'm not one of those... I don't want to say choose your own adventure dudes, even though I owned like 1,000 of those books. But when it came to video games, I just wanted a running gun at the time, you know? Like,
Absolutely.
you pick
Because
up...
that's one of the reasons why I didn't like it. Because I saw the trailer and I saw guns, and I'm like, oh, future planet trekking?
Yep.
Yeah, I want to play that.
Yep.
And eventually I just calmed down. I'm like, all right, let's give this another try. And I fell in love with everything
Once you
about it.
realize the type of game it is and sit in it and just let it go, it becomes this big thing that's like, wow, this story is captivating. But not only that, the actors in that game. You got Martin Sheen in the second one, and you got Seth Green in the as one of the characters throughout the whole franchise. This game was chock full of celebrities, man. I loved it. Back when celebrities did video games.
What are you talking about?
And what's her name from The Matrix? Who played the girl in The Matrix?
Trinity?
The chick from The Acolyte.
Yeah, Trinity. Carrie Ann Moss.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Carrie Ann Moss.
the
She
Acolyte.
played Aria. I think that's her name. The club owner from the second and third games. So
Oh.
yeah, it's like a lot of people were in those games.
JR, any thoughts
Quite a lot.
on Mass Effect?
Never played them.
All right. So I guess it's up to me. And number 4. My number 4 favorite franchise. And this one hurt because there's a lot of things. There was a lot of things I had to soul search. But my number 4, G-O-D. I'm lying. Not G-O-D. G-O-W.
Which one?
The Microsoft one.
God or Gears?
No!
Gears of War.
No!
Gears of War.
No!
Gears of War. It's my number 4 favorite franchise, and there's reasons why. Oh God! This listen. When I tell you my top 3, y'all get it. My top 3, y'all gonna be, oh yeah. But there's a circulation in there that you're gonna be like, what? Gears of War comes in number 4. The reason why Gears of War comes in number 4 is because Gears of War 1 is good. Gears of War 2 is a perfect game. Perfect in every fucking sense of the word. Because I literally just finished playing it. Gears of War 3 has pacing issues in the beginning. Then kind of picks up. But the story, the editing, it feels rushed. Gears of War 4, which I'm playing right now, is actually fun. Way more fun than I remember it being. And Gears of War 5 sucks. But the reason why I have to have this on my list, the reason why it's on my list, and unfortunately it's on number 4, but it's in my top 5, is because of Horde mode. Now, Gears of War 2 introduced Horde mode, and Gears of War 2 story-wise is perfection. It's perfection. You get to do everything in that game. Everything. You have not done anything that you've done in Gears of War 2 and any other game since. Maybe Gears of War 4, you got to be a big robot killing big monsters. But Gears of War 2, you had to kill a Leviathan, right? That was the first big boss battle. You were inside the giant worm that was sinking cities, and you had to kill it from the inside, which was nuts. You ride a Brumok. We're riding a Brumok is exactly Marcus Phoenix's words. The story with Dom looking for his wife. Always asking Anya, hey, Anya, are we going in the right direction? The characters you meet like Dizzy, fucking Kai. You meet, not Kai, Ty. Is it Kai or Ty? The big Samoan guy. Ty. He's all in. And then he gets broken so bad that he takes his own life. Gears of fucking the second Carmine. Who still turned to Kenny at the end of the day. But still, it was like, this dude is like, oh shit. Marcus, all right, I know your brother. Come on, Carmine. Let's go, Rook. All that. The story was fantastic. The levels design. I'm telling you, I played it. I literally 2-3 weeks ago just finished it. And it holds up on every fucking technical level. Gears of War 2 is a perfect game. But then they give you Horde mode, and it is the greatest co-op experience I've ever experienced in my life. Since 2008, I have played this game with my friends who I stood online with to buy this game at midnight. Every Thanksgiving Eve, we do 50 Ways of Horde. We have to do it. And if we don't do it, we're either A, extremely drunk, or B, just suck. But it's usually A. Because if we're not extremely drunk, we usually do the 50 waves. But we do it, and it's brought on generations. My nephew plays it now. He wasn't even around. No, 2008, my daughter was around. She was 4. My nephew wasn't even around. He was a thought. My boys, my one of my best friends, one of my peoples, we play this all the time, Joey. His kids weren't around yet at all. They came around when I moved out here 11 years ago. So this is something, and now they're playing, and now his son is playing with us in Gears of War, and the kid is good. It is this generational thing that Gears of War 2 gave us, that when I look at the entire series as a whole, and there's plenty of other game franchises where I'm like, I really enjoy this, I really enjoy that. Gears of War 2 is the fucking piercing light from the lighthouse in the fog that says, come this way. And it literally, for that reason alone, carries all the other games. And there's nothing wrong with the other games. Again, I'm really digging Gears 4. Gears 3 has its pacing issues. It feels rushed. Gears 1 is just hard. It's a great game. It's just hard. Even if you're playing on easy.
What do you mean it's hard? I beat that on Insanity.
Yeah, I know. That's a difficult game, man. They came out swinging. But it was like, everything
That game
just
is hard. It took me forever.
See? It just works. But Gears of War 2 is a perfection game. And that's why I put it as my number 4, because unfortunately there's other franchises that has more than one game that blows my mind. So that's why Gears of War is my number 4 fucking franchise. Anybody has anything to say about that? Here we go.
Nope. And Gears of War 2 is a perfect game. Gears of War 2 is phenomenal. I mean, the story, everything, fucking everything in that game.
I have a lot to say about it, but I'm going to save what I have to say.
Oh, shit.
If you smell what Brother Chase is cooking.
Listen, wait. We don't do that anymore.
No, we don't.
The Rock's terrible now.
It's not terrible. It's not terrible. All right.
Oh, he's not. Yeah.
So all right, here we go. We're up to our number 3s. Okay. JR, I'm going to start with you. Number 3.
I'm putting in my Master Shark cheat code.
Oh, here's a cheat. Here's a cheat.
It was going to make my list, but it couldn't because I got game series I love more, but Resident Evil.
Oh, shit.
So,
Oh dear.
the original Resident Evil is hands down one of my favorite survival horror games of all time. I love the first Resident Evil. I've never beat it. It's hard as fuck. But, you know, when Rob comes over to visit, you know we're playing that shit on my PS3. It's going to happen.
Absolutely.
It's going to happen. I got the director's cut, baby. I got the director's cut. Oh, it's so much fun. I love the original Resident Evil. Resident Evil 2, phenomenal. The original Resident Evil 2 as well, and the remake, they're both good. Resident Evil 3, really phenomenal. Resident Evil 4, I didn't like the original Resident Evil 4. I made it no secret how much I hated that game. I hate the way it plays, the way it feels, how I can't run around while I'm shooting guns. I didn't like it. And then the remake came out, and Resident Evil 4 is now my fucking second favorite Resident Evil game of all time.
Really is.
7, played it in VR. Fuck that. That like ruined it for me. That shit's scary, dude. And then Village, I'm working through on my streams when I play it every now and then. But you know what? The Resident Evil franchise as a whole, fantastic series. It has more good games than bad games. By the way, I do own Operation Raccoon City on the PS3.
Jesus.
Terrible. But
The only Resident Evil game I've finished, start to finish, was with my friends that I live in, my only friends I have in town, and it was Biohazard. And I played that and its DLCs all in a span of a day, and it was insane.
yeah.
There's something about Resident Evil that's hard for me to sit with, but it wasn't bad. It's just those games just have their own niche that I just don't sit with, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I respect that those games are as famous as they are, and I'm glad they have the following and stuff like that. But to me, I just can't sit with them that much. I'm more of a Fear type of guy. Like
Hey,
the game
that's-
Fear.
Fear is fucking fantastic.
And that's
Yeah.
fair. But yeah, no, definitely Resident Evil. As a whole, like I said, I like more of their games than I hate some. You know what I mean? We'll get to another game franchise in my list later when it comes to that dilemma. But yeah, Resident Evil, I agree with what y'all are saying. Like, they're just great games. And for me, just my earliest memory of gaming was my dad playing the original Resident Evil. We turned the lights off. I'd sit next to him. We had it on the PS1. We had a big 4:3 aspect ratio TV with an old school 2-channel surround sound system. And yeah, every time one of those doors opened, you never knew if there was a zombie behind it. And
Well,
every time I play that fucking game, it's always there. That's how you know that's a good
Yeah.
franchise.
Yeah, when it leaves that kind of impression on you to the point where it affects your everyday, it's just, yeah, that's just a sentiment to just how good it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Couldn't agree more.
So JR used his cheat right there. I like it. Can't
I
be mad.
modded the shit out of it, dude.
I hear that. That's 3 Resident Evils on the list.
He had to.
Yeah, especially before we got on the podcast, how you were talking. I was just like, oh, okay. But Brother Chase, what's your number 3?
My number 3 is this very awesome franchise that I bought the books from as well, by an author named Dmitry Glukhovsky. And he has made a game. He turned his book into a game called Metro 2033,
Wow.
which has spawned a franchise. Metro Last Light, and then Metro Exodus, and I can't wait for when that 4th game comes out. Not The Awakening. I don't play VR games, but I will be there day one when Metro 4 comes out, if it does, as long as they pray, bless them, they survive the war in Ukraine, because that's where the studio is at.
Oh, wow.
And that's one of the reasons why there's hold up. But I love the Metro games. You want to talk about, like, I always thought that it would be cool if they did, like, a Fallout spinoff, but it was with the Brotherhood of Steel, and it was a linear shooter instead of an action RPG. I think that would be cool. But Metro gives that Fallout style, but with not the Fallout world, which is, I like Metro because, and here's the thing, I feel like with Fallout, it's very cartoony and whimsical, but with Metro, you get this very serious horror element of politics and mutants and monsters, and you follow the character Artyom, and it is just one of those, it was one of my favorite games, and it's fun, it's dark, it's scary. I love that they implemented multiple endings. If you follow the good decisions, you can be evil in it. You can do good things, bad things. And I just love the world it's set up of the apocalypse. And I love Metro so much. I could go on for days, but I love everything about the gunplay to the collectibles to the secrets. The characters themselves are well written. I enjoy the Metro series quite a bit. One of my favorite for sure. That would be my 3rd.
I love it. I'm going to say right now, I'm going to just throw this out here right now. There is no way we're getting a second cheat. There is no way. None of our shit is matching up for absolutely nothing from here on out. We're all on our own. We're all on
What if
our
our cheats are the same cheats?
Huh?
What if our cheats are the same cheats?
Yeah.
And you just open up a whole new can of worms. You got the multi-cheat burst and shit.
Yeah, then we get 4 cheats.
Listen, man, you know me. I'm that old school dude, man. My cheat is the up, down, left, right, BA start. Here we go. Here we go. 99 lives, Gradius. Let's go. But no, yo, Metro, that's, you know what? That's a solid entry. Solid. I own most, if not all, the games. And I've only played the first one for an hour? Maybe less. Which is fucking crazy. I gotta go back. And that's the thing. I hate, but I hoard games, which is weird. I hoard them.
You do.
I really do, and I don't go. I don't even play them. It was the achievement whore in me, bro. That's what it was. That's what it was. I'm no longer an achievement whore. I want to say that I have happily graduated from that achievement whore class. Right now, I am a year and 7 months clean of being an achievement whore. Last year, I did not whore myself at all. There was no way last year that I wanted to be number one on that Xbox leaderboard in my friends group. Not once. This year, I was going the same route, and then I'm going to play Power Wash Simulator. I'm going to do this. Oh, there's achievements popping up. And then I look at the achievement list and I go, you know what? I don't need to beat any of these people. Any of my brethren, what the fuck? Brethments. I don't need to beat any of my Brethments.
The Altoids.
Right. I don't need to beat any of my brethren that I have here on my friends list in Xbox anymore. So now I just play the games to have a good time. Again, I can say I play them on easy. I'm up there. I'm not up there in age, but I get up there in age where I'm like, I don't really want a challenge like that. I just want to know the story. I just want to play and enjoy. That's it. And I'm having a good time doing that. So Metro was one of those franchises that I hoarded when I was a fucking game, an achievement whore. Because I was like, yeah, nah, I'll just bust all of these out in like a month. I'll play like one game a week, rack up the achievements, and be like, yeah, there it is. I no longer do that, but Metro, solid pick. Chase, solid pick.
You want to fight monsters and feel like Van Helsing, but a Russian Van Helsing? Oh yeah, man, I love Metro 1 and 2, and then just the story of and the anomalies of like the aliens and the mutants, and I mean not aliens, they're still mutants, but still, it's just that game has everything from I love creature features, man. Creature features, I love it.
Creature features. This will be a perfect time to plug what they are.
Every year, we do our top 10 favorite horror movies based off of a genre. This year, on JR's GAM streams, we won't be live. It'll be pre-recorded and edited. I don't know about the clips. The movie clips. There's been an issue with one of the add-ons that I use on Firefox where the guy locked 720p behind a $10 paywall.
Nice.
My ass. I'll just pay $15 and get the 1080p. Anyways, we are doing top 10 favorite creature features from the 70s and 80s.
Oh, I cannot wait.
It's gonna be nuts. No slasher villains. They can be aliens, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
But creature features. Yeah, you get your critters in there. That's how we get critters in there.
That's how you get critters?
70s and 80s? I got a bunch of like Ray Harryhausen films in mind.
It's gonna be great.
Oh, yeah.
You get critters, you get the ghoulies, right? You get
The gremlins.
You get Boggy Creek. It's gremlins. It's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be
Boggy
fucking-
Really? You're throwing Boggy Creek out there.
I'm just throwing things out in the void. I'm not saying nothing.
I know.
Yeah, Jesus.
Well, it's funny too because one of my coworkers was like giving me shit because I haven't seen Killer Clowns from Outer Space, and I'm like, might have a reason to now.
What
I know.
the fuck? You
Get
know what?
watch all the Howling.
I'm glad.
Oh, the Howling.
The Howling. I'm glad my brother is not on this. He's a gamer. He wanted to be on it, but he's stuck at work. Because if he would have heard that, JR, he's a one-way ticket to Idaho just to choke you out.
Well, let's go. What are you talking about? I'll just go back to Vegas. He was there.
Yeah, he was there. Yeah, if I would have known that, we would have watched. We would have stole his copy, and we would watch Killer Clowns. Fuck.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely. It's definitely gonna happen. But yeah, where that will be up as we record it September. I would definitely say mid-September is when we usually record it, and then
Yeah.
I take the time to edit it.
The best part about that is there's no new movies from the 70s and
No.
80s coming out.
Oh no.
So we have
No,
time
and
to watch them.
It's great. And I start watching them, probably tomorrow or Sunday is when I'm going to start. I don't know, beginning of August, trying to figure it out. Listen, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Creature features, man, there's so much.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's going to
We
be...
could go Corman. We could do Carnosaur.
No, Carnosaur was the 90s.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Hey, 70s and 80s, baby. Bud the Chud. Yes, I can't fucking
Chud.
wait. Oh, I can't wait.
Basket case.
Oh, God.
Predator.
It's, oh, my God. He ain't lying. Predator.
Yeah, that's a creature feature.
It's a creature
Oof,
feature.
fuck. That's going to be on both of our lists. I already know.
I mean, like, oh, my God. But, see, do we? Because didn't we do Alien movies last year?
We did, but
did.
Predator. We didn't add Predator, and it's another way to add it.
Oh, I
And
can't
I think
wait.
it was. Yeah, no, it's gonna be
Extra.
great. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Grizzly.
But like I said,
Prodigy. Ah, God, I'm sorry. I'm in my head going back. I'm reverting back to the 90s where my cousin worked at a video store and I'm looking at all the fucking movies in the horror section. Sorry, I digress. Let's get back on topic. But I can't wait for this damn podcast.
it's gonna be so good. Like I said,
Jeez.
October 1st, the video will be up. Look for it on DVD and Blu-ray.
October 1st.
Yeah, because we record it mid-September and I upload it October 1st
Shit.
every year.
Fuck. All right, I thought it was closer to Halloween, but I digress. Oh, Schlockfest.
No, I start Spooktober, like the main month of Spooktober, with that podcast. That's the main event. Everything after, up until, we'll figure that out because that's surprise at the end of the month.
I don't want to unwrap that gift. But let's get back on topic. That was our segue. That was our commercial. That was our in-session sponsor, if you will, which is us. So go figure. All right.
Look at that.
Well, JR, since you used your cheat code, which was great, and you cheated, I can't be mad at you. Rob, what's your number 3 favorite gaming franchise?
Number 3 is Doom.
Ooh,
I mean,
Guess what?
Shut up!
is that your number 3?
It's my number 3.
Shut up. We're not there yet.
So, I mean, there's really no better way to describe. It's fucking Doom. It was one of the first games I ever played on. I don't even know whose computer it was, and it's just one of those games that stayed in my life from the time that I just liked playing video games to the time that I was addicted to playing video games to the time after I was addicted to playing video games. I've bought Doom I don't know how many fucking times. It's one of those games. I've bought it multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5, 5, the whole 9 yards. I've gone through the Doom franchise multitudes of times. It's remained timeless, even Doom 3. And I can't in any way, shape, or form not have like a major first-person shooter on this list. And Doom. That's it. Metal, kill demons. It's the most Christian fucking game ever made.
Oh, yeah.
Ever. And I mean, I have memories of playing the original Doom at house parties, people all around me getting like drunk. It's just like, who can beat E1M8? Somebody get me a beer. Like, it's just forever ingrained into my brain. And yeah, Doom. Fucking Doom. Doom.
And that franchise has
Doom
literally-
hot.
Doom has
Doom hot speech.
Doom hostage.
Motherfucker.
Fantastic.
That was pretty good. That was really good. Little Rammstein with the Doom. Could you imagine Rammstein doing the
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
soundtrack for Doom Eternal?
That would be dope.
That'd be dope, dude.
Oh.
Do it for the Dark Ages, dude.
Yeah, I meant Dark Ages. That's what I meant. Not
Yeah.
Eternal. Right.
Oh, dude, that would be badass.
I'd be okay with that. I mean, Nine Inch Nails did Quake, so never mind.
Yeah.
For free. They were not paid. They did it for free. Just tossing that out there. That's awesome.
Alien Ant Farm had music on the Punisher video game.
Alien Ant Farm, their cover of Smooth Criminal was in the tech demo for what would become Doom 2016 eventually.
Oh,
Back when
that's
it was
cool. I didn't know
The
that.
Call of Doom, Duty Doom.
I was gonna
Doom.
say Call of Doom Team. That's terrible.
Yeah, that tech demo is something else. It's hard to believe that was going to be Doom 4 at one point.
That song made me so angry when I first heard it. Like, I was like, you cannot, who the fuck has the balls, first off, to remake a Michael Jackson song that's not actually poking fun out of it? You know, Weird Al Yankovic, the greatest of all time. But that was only the first time. The second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, billionth time I heard it, I love that cover. I love that cover. I fucking love it. I do. I really do. But Doom is solid, honestly. You said playing at house parties while people were drunk around you. I remember just playing Doom. Well, not Doom. It's precursor, Wolfenstein. I remember playing Wolfenstein.
I love Wolfenstein and Doom.
Hey, stop! In my cousin's house, he had a computer. He had Wolfenstein on it. Again, this is the same cousin that worked at a video store, which is where I got all of my movie IQ knowledge from. Just reading back of boxes. But yeah, I used to play Wolfenstein all the time, and then Doom came out. And I was like, what the fuck? And I owned Doom. That shit wasn't even on the Genesis. It was on the 32X, which I owned. And that's how I started playing Doom.
Nice.
And my mother, I'm not kidding y'all. My mother, who would sit there and play Sonic the Hedgehog with us, who took me to see Aliens when it came out in theaters. My mother became a fan of Doom and would not let the controller go when it's time to cook dinner, Mom. I'm a kid. You're an adult. This is a video game. Can I have my pork chop and rice and beans, Mom? And she says, get the fuck out of my face. I'll fucking slap you. And well, all right. My mother was an OG Doomslayer, bro. It's a fact. I'm not even making that up.
That was when Ray had to learn to make a grilled cheese on his own.
on some real shit. On some real shit. That's how I learned to scramble eggs, bro. My mom was like, I'm playing Doom. Put some salt and pepper on that bitch. What? On what bitch? My
What
brother?
a real one.
I digress. He's not here. We shouldn't talk ill.
Oh, shit.
But no, that's...
Mom's a real one.
Yeah, my mom legit played Doom. Like, she legit played Doom. Oh, my God. Sonic the Hedgehog, Columns, and Doom. Those were the three. She wouldn't get off. Mom, is it our turn to play the video games that you bought for us? Mom?
No.
Nope. Nope. And back then, you didn't have, 2 Genesis or whatever. You had one TV dedicated to one game system. That was it. Today, I got 3 Xbox Ones. I mean, I got a 1, a 1X, a Series X, a 360. Yeah, they're all over the fucking place. You go upstairs, you want to play a game? Press the fucking power button. Back then, nah. If Mom was on Doom, we weren't. End of story.
I love it.
Solid choice. So we'll jump right now because JR has not done his number 3, although he has revealed his hand. JR, what's your number 3?
Oh, hey, it's Doom.
Oh my God, my mom is going crazy right now.
Doom, dude, it's Doom. It's Doom.
Yeah.
Doom. Love Doom. Doom 2 was my favorite Doom game growing up. Always loved Doom 3. Doom 2016 is officially my favorite Doom game. It's the fucking soundtrack. Fantastic. Mick Gordon. It's a damn shame he won't be back. It hurts my soul. Doom Eternal, good game for me. Step down from 2016. Still fun. Can be enjoyed once you unlock all the cheats. That's fun.
I still gotta beat it. Ugh.
Yeah, don't worry. The end boss fight took me a while to figure out how to fucking beat it.
Yeah, he's an asshole.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Doom as a whole, as a franchise, I mean, it was gone for a long time. From 2004 to 2016, Doom was gone.
Mm.
That's insane to think about. And since it's been back, it's been welcomed back, open arms. They did something with Doom 3 I thought was genius. They made it VR. I think that's amazing. Yeah, Doom 3 has the VR capabilities on a PlayStation if you have the VR headset.
Because it's more
Yeah.
like survival horror than a Doom.
It
game.
is. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I have the PlayStation VR gun, and I was live streaming it back when I still had that VR headset. Just fucking peeking around corners and shit. I'd pop a couple of shots, hide. It's fun. And you know what's great about Doom is it all comes back to one simple thing.
Wolfenstein.
Well, now shoot shit in the face with a shotgun. But yeah, Doom, my number 3. Does that mean Robin me leveled up?
No, because we have to go across the board, and Chase's number 3 was Metro, so we're not across
I
the
know.
board. We're not. But that's a solid. I mean,
Just
fucking Doom. Seriously,
fucking Doom. It's Doom. It's eternal.
Doom.
It is eternal. It is eternal.
It is.
And for a long time, it lived in the Dark Ages. But why are we making these puns?
Ah.
Why are we doing this? Why?
I know we're going down some dark halls right now. That's a song from Doom, by the way. No, it's a song from Doom 2. It's called Dark Holes. I got the soundtrack.
Nobody listens to soundtracks anymore. That's not true at all.
Yeah, why would you ever say that?
I know. It's terrible. I'm sorry. I
It's
apologize.
terrible. I'm gonna have to go back there, and we're gonna have to spend another weekend together.
We're going to have to, because I'm going to get into my number 3 right now.
Do it.
Oh, shit. Chase, I'm sorry. It's God of War.
I mean, I'm happy it's on the list. I don't care where it's at.
No, it usually was ranked higher. And then I gave everything, again, when I thought about this whole idea of top 5 favorite franchises that has 3 or more games, you have to take into consideration the games, how many they have. And God of War is one of my all-time favorite franchises of all time. Kratos, one of the greatest video game characters ever made. I don't care about character development. I care about, can I embody hate? And that's what Kratos was in those PlayStation 2 and PSP and the PS3 games. The embodiment of hate. Now, fuck the war. Fuck war. War is hate. What is war? War is hate. I hate that side, so let's kill them. That's what war is. The embodiment of hate. That's what Kratos was. And I had no clue. I'm at work. My boy was like, you ever played God of War? I said, I never heard of it. He goes, here, play this. And handed me a PlayStation 2 God of War. Okay. I took it home. I popped it in. I pressed play. Next thing you know, I'm like, what is this? I mean, I've played hack and slashes before, but hack and slash back then were things like, oh, I don't know, Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghosts and Goblins, beat 'em up style games, the Final Fight, Streets of Rage. That's what it. Slaughterhouse, Splatterhouse, Hack and Slash.
Good game.
Right. Fucking Castlevania. If you really want to break it down, the 64 version, that was a hack and slash. This was the hack and slash to end all hack and slashes. And in my opinion, there has not been a fucking franchise yet to come close to lick Kratos' balls like those prostitutes, whenever I press those fucking buttons, did in God of War 1 and 2. None. Zero. Nothing. Nothing has come close. But why? Why, G1? Why is it your third? Because the way you sound is like, this shit should be number one. Yeah, it should. Because as great as that franchise is, and God, I love it, and the storytelling, oh, it's all in there. They changed course, and I am a firm believer in, if it ain't broke, you don't fix it. And I don't think God of War was broken at all. Enter the PS4 era. And I love those games. I really do. But I absolutely hate those games at the same time, because it's not. I don't want to say it, but I gotta say it. It ain't my Kratos. I hate subdued boy Kratos. I don't like it. I don't. Now, and I love you, Chase. I get you. I know where you're coming from. We've talked
Just
about
know
this.
that you're preparing to have a whole nuclear war, right? When for
I know. I
So
know.
You want to know what I was cooking earlier?
I-
Get
listen.
ready. What I'm really cooking.
I know, and I'm prepared. I get it. I understand where you're coming from in regards to those games. I totally do. And you know
And
what?
in all due respect, you don't, and I will get into it when it
No.
gets to that.
Listen. All right, maybe I don't, but from what I've gathered since those games came out, and the conversations we have, I respect where you're coming from that. With that, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and I mean that all friendly.
Of
I'm
course.
just joshing with you, man.
All this shit is in jest. All of it. But those original God of War games, I mean, from God of War 2, God of War 3, Chains of Olympus, Ghosts of Sparta, whichever order it came out, fucking Ascension. The reason I'm in Nevada is because I could not buy a PS3 God of War Ascension PS3. Like literally.
Don't you mean the reason why you're not in New York?
That's it. Yes. Oh, stop the drinking.
You said Nevada. So I was.
What I meant to say is the reason why I am in Nevada is because I couldn't buy that. But I digress. Those games, that anger, that hatred, all of that I felt inside for whatever reasons that I was able to release in the God of War games back then, it's one of the greatest things I've ever fucking played. And then the mythology. Yeah, let's do Greek. Okay, I don't know nothing about that. I know who Zeus is. I know Odin. Yeah, I know the gods. You know, you pay attention to folklore and mythological shit. But to actually take a character and do all this shit for the love of God, it's crazy. It's crazy. You're fighting a fucking Hydra in the first fucking level. You fight the goddamn Hydra. 3 heads. You're fighting it. And it's dope. And it's like, oh, this is dope. Mash circle. Keep hitting that circle button. Mash that shit. Bring that motherfucking head down onto that spike. Oh, it was glorious. It was glorious. You're fighting the fucking gods. It just progressively got better. And again, I take nothing away from the PS4 games. I don't. They're dope. They just weren't what got me addicted to it. And for that reason, because I had to deal with fucking leveling up my armor and all that bullshit with numbers. Whereas back in the day, all I needed was to collect X amount of souls to put into my weapons. That's all I need. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The PS4 went more for a storytelling arc. I respect it. The story was great. But it's that reason and that reason alone that the God of War franchise ain't number one, because it should have been. It should have been number one. But yet, here we stand, number 3. Good God Almighty, what the fuck is coming? I digress.
That's another topic, like I said, I can't speak on until later down the line.
Anybody got any criticisms? The floor is free.
No. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Resounding nah. All right. Well then.
I'm reserving my criticisms, but I have them.
Yeah, I know you do. I love you. I thought of you while I thought of that. I thought of you while I picked that as number 3. Listen, there's reasons. Before you jumped on earlier today, I was giving JR.
You know, Ray, I've been playing the Mafia games a lot lately.
Oh,
I want to check your car before you drive.
Oh, shit.
Actually, don't. Nothing bad will happen.
I want him dead. I want his family dead.
God of War Father.
Oh my God.
God damn it.
I'm in
I'm
deep.
calling the cops on that joke. That joke needs to be whacked, dude.
I liked it. I gotta be honest. That was the day.
No, that joke's 6 feet under now. It's okay.
That joke I thought was funny. All right. So you know what, Brother Chase, I'm gonna start with you for your number 2.
For the anticipation and suspense, I'm going to use my cheat.
Cheat. Okay, here we go. Cheat code.
Since we're on the topic of Mafia games, this is a perfect segue. My cheat is this franchise called The Darkness.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good
I'm
times.
21 years old and is going to become the head of a mob family and inherits a power embedded in him from a curse that has been in a long time coming in the form of Mike Patton. And it's The Darkness. And man, I tell you, those 2 games, I think those 2 games, if there were 3 games, it might have made my number 1 spot, hopefully in a perfect world or in another universe that happens. But The Darkness is a franchise that I will not forgive that did not get its 3rd game. I love the first game because it was such a, want to talk about an embodiment of hate, like God of War, but this is first-person shooter where you get these demon serpents that rip your enemies apart, and they speak in this dark, evil voice in Mike Patton, and it just sounds so evil but seductive to make you want to be evil, and it just makes you just this monster. But you're also this anti-type hero because you're trying to save your mob family, and I love the first game. It's just brutal. It's fun gunplay. I mean, it's different because you don't actually aim. It has an auto lock, but I loved it. I love the story of it. I love the comic books. And The Darkness 2, I didn't dig that so much when they wanted to make it a complete comic book shooter like Borderlands, that type style. But I still love The Darkness 2. I can't get enough of Mike Patton as the Darkness, and I know they changed the voice actor with Jackie Estacado, but the Darkness is one of my favorites, and I wish it got a third game. And the reason why it never got a third game is just because the second game didn't sell well, and they didn't get the budget, but they were working on it, but then they scrapped it. So it just sucks. Hopefully, they did mention that if the game gets rebooted for any reason and it sells well, which sounds like it's going to happen in the future, maybe we'll get the possibility of a third game, and I hope so. But the Darkness is my cheat. I love the Darkness. I want those games remade so bad. If they announced a remake right now, I would go rob a bank just so I can buy that game.
Great game.
That's a solid cheat right there. Solid. Well, I'm not gonna say nothing like that, but it's better than JR's cheat.
Oh, that's how it is.
Damn.
Yeah, I was gonna go with Twisted Metal, but I only like 2 games in that franchise. So.
Hey, Twisted Metal, make the thumbnail. Give it up, Twisted Metal, everybody. All right, yeah. Twisted Metal, make the thumbnail. Yo, true story. I own one of those 2 games physically, and the other one I own digitally. I don't know which ones, but I know I own both. Never played them, but I know the source material. Great comic, and some good crossovers. Really good crossovers.
I played the second one once. It was good.
Did you
That
beat
was
it?
it.
Did you beat it?
Yeah. I thought the second one was a solid shooter. I liked the concept, and it was something that could have definitely been followed up on. And then never followed up on. But, that's okay.
That's how these things
Yeah, that
fucking
broke
work.
my
Right?
heart.
That's how these things fucking work, right?
Yeah, for
Yeah.
real.
Unfortunately.
Well, wow.
So I don't know how it works using a cheat, but yeah, whenever you want my second, I'll tell it.
I was about to do that. I was about to say, Chase, since you used your cheat, why not give us your number 2 favorite franchise?
And my number 2 is Gears of War.
Oh.
My number 2 is Gears of War. I fell in love with that game. That game franchise. You just want to. I love Predator because I love the community of it. I love the camaraderie of the actors. I love the macho men and the just not just that, but the story and the character development and the writing of Marcus Phoenix. This ultimate badass, almost biker looking dude. I just love everything about it. But not only that, but the games. You will never get games like Gears of War ever. Like, we will never get another Gears of War. And there have been clones like Outriders and, there have been cover shooter Ghost clones, but nothing compares to Gears of War. I love the way those characters are written. I never cried so hard at a character death like Dom Santiago's death. I cried so much, and I've never done that before in a video game. Maybe close was in the beginning of The Last of Us when Joel's daughter dies. But Gears of War, Dom Santiago's death, my God. But the games were so much fun, to fighting almost mutant-looking dinosaurs, to the locusts, to just giant monsters themselves and this fictional world, and is just like has this Victorian style almost, but futuristic, and Chainsaw Lancer, and just ultimate, just the storytelling to that game. That trilogy, I love from 1 to 3. The trilogy story as a whole is so great, and I had so much fun with the gunplay and just the imagination to be immersed in a world that my favorite games are the games that take me away from the world I'm in reality wise and put me in a new place. And Gears of War, when I was on Sarah fighting this war, I felt like that was my reality, and this is what I had to do. I had to play Marcus Phoenix and save the world. Then Gears of War 4 happened, and it's is what it is. It's not the worst. I didn't play Judgment. I should, though, one of these days, and I plan to. But at the time, I didn't own Judgment because I didn't have an Xbox at the time anymore. But I played Gears of War 4, and I played some of 5. And been, what's that?
Did you play Gears Tactics?
No, but I kind of want to.
Oh, it's fun. And for somebody who couldn't tacticize his way from his room to the bathroom in the middle of the night, bro, it's easy.
Yeah, no, Gears of War Tactics and Gears of War 5 I want to finish, and Judgment. But I love Gears of War, just those first 3 games. I hold those games so dear to my heart. Like, those were amazing games to me, and I'm wanting, and Gears of War D-Day reignited that spark and remembrance, and I want to get an Xbox so bad so I can replay all the Gears of War games, and I can't wait till that happens because I am just so excited. I love Gears so much. And I know three for me, like, I agree, it has its pacing issues, but it's still one solid ending to a trilogy. That last half of that game is gung-ho, balls to the wall, and I love it. I have a lot of fun with that game. But Gears of War 2 for sure is my favorite out of this trilogy, for sure. Like, that game is unparalleled. But yeah, Gears of War is fantastic, and I can go on about it for days, but that is my number 2 spot.
The fact that you said Gears of War 2 is unparalleled, I got to agree with you, brother. I do. I said something when in the group chat. I said something when bringing up this is what the topic will be this week, and I said it's something about those sequels, man. It's the sequels. These sequels just hit. I mean, Gears of War 2, for me, flawless game. Perfect gem. Fucking Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I went to Toys R Us. They made a big spectacle about this shit. I went to Toys R Us the day Sonic 2 came out. I had pre-ordered it. I got a t-shirt. I got my Sonic 2. I ran home. It was huge. Fucking huge. What other sequels that I'm thinking about that I don't want to pull my card? But there's been so...
Halo 2?
Huh? Halo 2, for instance. Halo 2. Matter of fact, Halo 2, true story. Got the fucking Steelbook edition for my birthday. My father bought it. At that time, me and my father were like button heads. He bought me that edition, and I was sat there and I said, oh shit. It's always the sequels. Resident Evil 2, for the love of God. Again, I went way out of my way to go buy that game. I could have just stayed home and bought the game. But no, I didn't. Gears of War 2, it's... I won't say God of War 2. God of War 2 was dope. But...
God of War 2 not your favorite?
No, it's dope. You know what it was with those original God of War games? I felt them all the same. They all hit me exactly the same. You know what I mean? It was like, this is dope. I love it. 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 Look, fuck. Street Fighter 2. Street Fighter 2 changed the fucking game for fighting games. You know what I'm saying? Mortal Kombat 2 on the Super Nintendo. Oh, now we get to have the blood? Thanks. It's something about the sequels, bro. Something about the sequels that just transcend time.
Mm-hmm.
As I...
Agreed.
All right, I had to... Yeah, I was, sorry, I was multitasking real quick. I was talking to my brother and trying to find out if he was going to be able to jump on. But unfortunately, his job has him in a bind right now. But my brother's a gamer, and I would have loved to hear his top 5. Maybe we get that in our...
Or follow-up.
The follow-up. Yep. No, he right sucks. where we
Oh yeah, because I still have a buttload of games that
Yeah.
I have on this list.
where we get to the
Oh,
the
yeah,
follow up,
dude.
where we get to the honorary mentions. We'll get his top 5, and then we'll do our honorary mentions. We're not doing that here, but where are we right now? So Gears of War 2 for Chase. I mean, Gears of War is number 2, the franchise for Chase. I guess I'll just go in order then. JR, what's your number 2? Uh-oh, I don't like that.
By defeating Ares, Kratos, the once mortal warrior, became the new god of war. However, Kratos soon found himself alone on Olympus, shunned by his fellow gods. It's fucking God of War.
Good God almighty.
I started out the franchise actually with God of War 2, which is my favorite God of War game. I do agree with you. They all do hit the same, but God of War 2 is special to me. That's the only game I beat on the hardest difficulty, unlocked all the outfits, everything, in a week. Between going to school and coming home and playing it, yeah, about a week. The God of War franchise, the original trilogy, I don't fucking like Ascension.
Okay.
Really don't
That's
like
like
Ascension.
one of my favorite God of Wars. That
Hey, that's
story,
fair.
that campaign was awesome.
It is freaking
That's fair, but that original trilogy hit, man. And it's like by the end of God of War 3, it's so satisfying. Like the fact that you can just continuously punch Zeus in the face until you yourself get tired of punching Zeus in the face. It's great. I love it. The story's incredible. The character growth of Kratos as he, starts out angry and progressively becomes even more angrier. The fucking guy's never not angry, even in the new games. Well, I guess by the end of Ragnarok, but nah, the God of War games are great. I don't like Ascension. It's just not my favorite stuff. I don't say it's like a bad game. I like it more, I guess, than God of War 1, but now the new God of War franchise, I do thoroughly enjoy both of those games. My biggest complaint is I prefer my God of War hack and slash. We've talked about it before. I like where the camera's at in the original 3 and Ascension.
Yeah.
Whereas this goes for the more linear over the shoulder, which is fine. They focused a lot more on the story, and I do applaud that. They humanize Kratos, who is a horrible monster in the original trilogy. He's just on a path. And by the end, he has completely fucking destroyed Greece. All for vengeance. He doesn't give a shit, and I love it. I can relate to Kratos on a fundamental level. Anyways, the God of War franchise as a whole is literally, it's my fucking number 2. This shit, I was fighting, it was either this or Max Payne. God of War beats Max Payne for me. I like the Max Payne trilogy. It's good.
Nothing wrong with it.
That'll be another podcast.
I
For
love
sure.
Max Payne 3.
Oh yeah, that's a good trilogy, dude. Seriously. But yeah,
We need a fourth game, but Ryan McCaffrey, rest in peace, man.
yeah.
Rest in peace, legend.
Same.
Sheesh.
Absolutely.
But yeah, God of War, if you haven't checked it out, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's
Yeah.
God of War.
It's only been out for 20 plus years. What the fuck?
Yeah, god damn it. It was, you know what the thing was with God of War, though? It was, and still is, a system seller. That's why one of the reasons I bought my PS5 was Ragnarok. It came with Ragnarok. God of War 3, the reason I bought a PS3, right there. PS2 was for God of War 2. God of War is a system seller.
God of War 1 and 2
I
came
gotta
out on
correct
PS2.
myself real quick. It's not Ryan McCaffrey, it's James McCaffrey.
The same difference.
The name, maybe?
No, Ryan McCaffrey, the IGN reporter, and he's a douche, so.
Yeah.
No. God of War 1 and 2 came out on a PS2.
I know. But like God of War 1, good. God of War 2, a lot of people I grew up with, they bought a PS2 because of God of War 2.
guys.
Because
you
we
guys ever
all played
play-
the first game at a buddy's house.
Did
Like,
you guys
our-
ever play like the Game Boy games of God of War?
Oh, the PSP ones?
No. There's like Game Boy games of God of War.
You mean mobile
What?
games? They're mobile games. They're mobile. No, they're mobile. Trust me, they're mobile games. I know exactly what you're talking about. They look like Game Boy. They it's that green background. Yeah, no, they're mobile. We don't count those. We don't
Well, yeah.
count. I know exactly
Seriously.
what you're talking about, though. I know what you're talking about, brother Chase.
But yeah, the God of War franchise, ongoing franchise. Let's see what they do next, because this franchise, more than others, has been treated with the fucking respect that his damn well earned and deserves. So, just keep it going. You're doing good, Sony. One of the very few fucking things.
How the fuck did we get God of War 3 times in a row?
Because it's a good fucking game, dude.
What do you mean
They're
3
good.
times in a row? You don't know what my number 1 spot is.
No. You're number 2. JR's number 2. And
This was
Grant-
Gears of War.
Oh shit! It was right. Never mind. See, it's that GOW. Never mind, brother. This is why I said earlier before. We're never gonna get the second cheat, and all of y'all used your cheats already except for me, suckers.
Motherfucker.
Rob, if you say God of War, I'm going to bed. I'll be right here. In my
Oh,
bed
it's
right
not
here.
even close to God of War.
Okay, what's your number 2?
The Legend of Zelda franchise.
Oh,
Oh, we brought. I've been waiting.
So Zelda as a franchise, the first game I ever played from the franchise was Majora's Mask.
Oh, wow.
And as a young little boy in the year 2000, I had no idea it was a sequel to Ocarina of Time. I simply wanted it because Link was one of my favorite characters to play in Super Smash Brothers. I played Majora's Mask and I was forever ruined as a child, because if you know anything about Majora's Mask, it's a dark fucking game. Doom is literally watching upon you at every little thing you do, no matter where you go. And upon beating that, I don't know how my grandmother did it, but she found Ocarina of Time 3 years after it was out. Back in the day, that was a harder thing to do for whatever reason, at least by me. But from then on, it was just like whenever a new Zelda game came out, there wasn't a question. Just like, yep, I don't care what it's on. I don't care what it's for. Every Zelda game following Majora's Mask, I had to play. And talk about getting lost in a world. Talk about getting lost in side quests, main missions, characters, the music, the atmosphere. It's just... that was my number 1 Nintendo IP for the longest time. And I say the longest time, but it lasted all of 2 years. Spoiler alert.
Oh, for the longest time.
Exactly.
Good shit.
But that was, how do I put it? That was the game that made me fall in love with playing video games. That was the game that showed me it's more than just beating it. That was the game that showed me it's more than just a catchy tune. It's more than just polygons. It's more than just script put into a fucking cartridge. That was the game that literally took me from my living room, from my beanbag chair, and threw me in it. That was the game that, Mom, I need to get the soundtrack. Nintendo Power's having a thing. You can either get a t-shirt or a soundtrack. I want the soundtrack. I need this. I need to listen to Deku Palace fucking 24 hours a goddamn day. And you bet your ass I fucking did that until that disc snapped in half. I'm really mad about that. But Zelda is what made me meme quote a gamer. That's what started me off. That's, Sonic was my first game. Loved Sonic, but Zelda was just, it's still up there. And I still live and die by that whole new Zelda games coming out. No question. Pre-ordered. And it'll probably remain that way until the day I die, because even though it's not my favorite Nintendo franchise anymore, it's still like throw on a Zelda game and I'm done until it's done. Like there is no playing anything else.
Is Zelda the greatest Nintendo franchise?
To me personally, no,
Okay.
not anymore.
Okay. But I mean, look, Zelda, look, we cannot sit here and say Zelda wasn't one of those franchises that it's a four pillar, right? There's
Yeah.
four pillars. You got a table. The table is Nintendo. There's four pillars. Zelda's one of those pillars. There's one of those legs that Nintendo stands on and has consistently given us greatness. Now, I'll be honest with you. I played the original Legend of Zelda. I did not understand it. I was confused. I was like, what the fuck is this? Shut it down. Played Zelda 2, what's it? Link's Adventure?
The Adventures
of Link.
I think.
Yeah, The Adventures of Link. All right, side scroller. All right, here we go. It was Pit Fight. It was not Pit Fighter. What was it? Pit Jumper. Whatever that fucking Atari game was called. But I digress. Was it for? Huh?
Pitfall?
Pitfall. Yes, that's what it felt like. Wasn't for me. Then I was like, I'm never playing this again. And I didn't. And the Super Nintendo Zelda came out, and I was like, yeah, don't pass me with that bullshit. Fuck that. And the Nintendo 64 fucking Ocarina of Time, which I made a theme song about. Not a theme song, but a song that goes like this. Excuse me, everybody. Please don't leave. I'm about to sing this song that I made up. Ocarina of Time. Terrible. I get it. Ocarina of Time. That's the song I made up for that fucking game. Swear to God, I would sing that shit. Anybody talk about it? I started singing that because I was very, as y'all know, obnoxious. Extremely obnoxious. Then Mask of Majora came out. Still, I was like, yeah, fuck all this shit. And then I saw the GameCube Legend of Zelda game.
The first one.
The first one. And it was cell shaded. It was a fucking cartoon. And I was like, oh my God, I always wanted to play a cartoon. And that was the first Zelda game that I played, that I bought and played. And I would tell my friends, I can't come outside. Why? I don't feel good. And the whole time I was playing the Wind Waker. That was a perfect game, in my opinion. Was it the greatest game on the GameCube? No! That's reserved for Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2, Rogue Leader. But I digress. That's not even that's not even on this list. But that's where it was. As we get a message from Gam real quick.
You know, it's funny. The reason why you love it so much is the reason why the game was hated for so long.
All right, let me shut that
But
down.
what are people?
That Wind Waker game blew me away. Again, the cell shading.
Oh, yeah.
It put me on a point where I was like, maybe let me go back and play some of these Zelda games. And the first one I went back and played, I traded Ocarina of Time. No, I'm lying. I didn't get there yet. I went back and I played Link to the Past on the Game Boy Advance. Oh my God. For every fucking day for about 2 months straight, I'm on the bus playing that game on my Game Boy Advance, getting on the train to go to work, playing that game on my Game Boy Advance. Every fucking day for like 2 months, I was blown away, and all I kept saying to myself is, this is the game I did not like with enhanced graphics. And I wasn't talking about Link in the Past for Super Nintendo. I did not play that. I refused. I just bypassed it. I didn't like Legend of Zelda. Didn't like that top-down dungeon crawler shit. That made no sense to me. But because of the Wind Waker, playing Link to the Past on my Game Boy Advance, the flip one, oh, it was a fucking epiphany, to the point where I traded one of my best friends, my Ikaruga, which is a shooter game where you flip between black bullets and white bullets, and however way you flip, depending on what your color is on the ship, you either gain energy or you get killed. And that game was fantastic. I traded him that. I traded him that for Ocarina of Time, which I never played. I played about 30 minutes of it, never finished it. It wasn't the Zelda that I fell in love with, and I haven't played a Zelda game since.
So you never played any of the Wind Waker sequels?
Never.
Respect.
And I didn't even know, because I thought the Zelda games were all, exclusives to themselves,
Well, for the longest time they kind of were, but then Nintendo started getting deminky with their shit, and Ocarina of Time is a prequel to Majora's Mask. Skyward Sword is a prequel to everything, and on and on and on and on. And then Wind Waker got sequels on the DS in the form of Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass, and it just kept going and going and going. And now there's a timeline that makes no sense.
See, that's what fucks me up. No, I will stick to the Wind Waker, and I will stick to Link to the Past, and say those two games transcend time. In my book,
Absolutely.
blew my head off, and I hated the original Zelda games, but those two games, wow! Legend of Zelda, Rob at number 2. That's solid shit. Oh God, I guess I'm up to number 2 now, right? I am. All right. Well, my number 2 favorite franchise game. Franchise series, I should say, is well, hang on. I'm picking up a faint signal from my man Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan! Is it you, Christopher Nolan? Is it you, the guy who directed the Batman trilogy in the 2000s? Oh, it is. What? What's that? You just found out that what series was canceled? Christopher Nolan, come back in. What? Christopher Nolan. Oh, what? You played those games while you were what? Filming The Dark Knight Rises. Well, Christopher Nolan, you must have been playing shitty games, because that movie sucked, bro. What's going on, Christopher Nolan? What? You want to make what? A new show where what? You can actually hear somebody behind a mask? Not like Bane, right? Oh, Christopher Nolan, now you talking my language. What? Christopher Nolan, no shit. Your second favorite gaming franchise that you want to make, apparently, maybe, sort of, kind of, rumor, is my second favorite franchise of all time? Halo? Ah, Christopher Nolan, you the guy. So I told you I'd get Christopher Nolan on. See, he called in. He called in. Only I can hear him.
Distract you like cell phones and video game consoles.
No. Christopher Nolan said that was a lie. That was his brother made that up. Christopher Nolan's brother made that up to hide Christopher Nolan from the truth. To protect him from the truth that he loves the Halo franchise. Number 2 for me is the Halo franchise. It really is. And this is where I had a problem with God of War, Gears of War, and Halo. Because originally, those are my top 3. But then I gave a lot of thought. And I said, okay, and this is why these fall into place. I already told you why I feel Gears of War is number 4. Because the second game is the all-time great. It's a GOAT. It's the greatest, right? Everything else works, but for me, they fall short. God of War, for the love of God, that could have been 1 or 2. And it became number 3. The reason for this, when it came to Halo, was this in particular. And JR, we were talking about this earlier. Halo 1 was dope. It really changed the game.
Yeah.
When I played a first-person shooter, I was like, this ain't Doom. This ain't Wolfenstein, Hexen, or whatever the fuck came before this. This is something different. This is literally what they say in the fucking title. Combat Evolved. Dope. Like I said previously a little while back, Halo 2, my father bought me the fucking Steelbook edition. I still have it. It's in my holy grail of boxes, right? Where I keep my Toho movie VHSs, a whole bunch of shit. It's in that box. Is not the perfect game. It's not Gears of War 2. And it pissed me off at the end because they left me off on a cliffhanger. But it was dope. It was the fucking, oh God, what is the fucking name of the band that drove me crazy? And they played that fucking
Breaking Benjamin.
Oh my God! When that song instrumental comes on, and all you hear is that like Halo sound, and then that guitar riff hits. I was like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? It fucked me up. I had no idea what the fuck. And it was such a dope action sequence that I got to play to this dope ass music in the background. I was loving it. Loving it. Halo 3 drops on the 360. Fuck you. Now I gotta buy a fucking another console to play, to continue the story, to finish the fight. Remember that? Finish the fight.
Of course.
I'm in Kmart, Staten Island. I've said this a billion times. I'll say it again, 1,000,000,001. I'm in Kmart, Staten Island. That shit don't drop for another 3 weeks. Kmart in Staten Island had the motherfucking Halo 3 Xbox 360 edition on the floor. I said, is that for sale? Yeah. Can I buy that right now? Sure. Thank you. $300 and something, or whatever I paid for it. I bought it right then and then. Right there and then. I'm playing Halo 3 3 weeks before anybody else was. That I knew of, at least. My peoples. They would come to my house. Oh, shit, you play? Yeah, I'm fucking playing it. It's fucking dope. Landlines. Going nuts. Co-oping it. Before the game was released. Playing it. That game ends. This is a perfect trilogy in my book. Perfect trilogy in my book. Perfect trilogy in my book. JR, this is where we disagree. I was waiting for this moment. You don't like Halo 4. Respect. I get you. I love it. I fucking love it. There are things, and this is the reason. This is where it came down to. God of War or Halo being where it's at. Halo 4 gave me Spartan Ops.
Yeah.
It's a completely new game. In a game that gave me at least 10 hours worth of fucking story. And it was fucking dope. It wasn't Master Chief. It was you just one lone Spartan. And again, yeah, I get it. A lot of the maps are reused, but the way they do it is so intricate. They change it up to a point where you're like, it doesn't feel like you're playing the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not wave after wave of a horde mode. It's not. They literally change it up. The story changes every single time you play. And I sit there and I go, God, it's great. Plus, controls are great. Everything, it just works. Halo 4 literally knocked it out the fucking box. It did. It took what the first 3 did and condensed it and said, this is it. I don't like Halo 5. I don't. I'm not a big fan
Halo
of it.
5's trash, dude.
It's not my favorite. It's not. And these are some of the things I thought about. Well, what do I put at number 2? Halo or God of War? Because again, I love every single God of War game that came out on the PS2, 3, and PSP. But I just like the God of War games that came out on the PS4 because it wasn't my Kratos. Whereas with Halo, it's Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3, Master Chief. But it even doesn't matter if it's Master Chief or not. Fun games, great to play. Halo 4, fun game, great to play. Halo 5, I thoroughly enjoy Infinite. I really do. I thoroughly enjoy it. But then you have ODST and Reach. And granted, ODST is a glorified DLC. But Halo Reach ain't.
ODST is fucking awesome.
And it's awesome. Yes, dude, that's it. That's it. It's
ODST is my favorite Halo game.
and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's like
ODST is my favorite Halo game, dude.
Yeah.
it's so fucking dope, but it's a glorified DLC. It really is. Halo Reach is not. Halo Reach is a legitimate game. Now I get to see the prequel. Now I get to see the glassing of Reach. Oh my god, the character I created dies. By the way, I created Michelangelo from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My
Yeah,
fucking
that was one of my
Spartan.
favorite things about Reach was designing your Spartan, and
Yes.
it showed up in the cutscenes, and it didn't
Yes.
follow a script either. And that's one of the things that sold me on Reach.
It was so dope that they did that on the 360. On the 360. Listen, what? I loved it. I made my Spartan again. You know the story. You know Reach is gonna get glass, but I didn't think that I was gonna get glass. I thought maybe I get to survive. Maybe I get in a pod and get shot off into the distance somewhere. No. We die. Spoiler alert. But we all die. I made Michelangelo, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, in Halo Reach, as close as I could make it, and I killed him. My favorite Ninja Turtle, and I killed him. It was fantastic. That's what went into my thought process when I chose my lists. I love the God of War series. I absolutely do. I love them. The PS4 games, they changed the script. They're great, fantastic games. I take nothing away from it. I wanted hatred and anger. That's what I got with the first batch. So I got that for 7 games. 7 games. With Halo, I had 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I had 8 games, and out of the 8 games, only one of them I did not like. That's why I put Halo above God of War, and I'm telling you right now, I gave that shit a lot of thought, because they're not even my number ones. They used to be, but then I had to give thought to my number one, and I'm gonna get there. But Halo beats God of War because it gave me what I wanted, and it made me feel good, and it never took that away. 5 didn't take it away. It just was lackluster. But every other Halo game gave me what I wanted. In Halo 4, that Spartan Ops shit, man, the biggest crime Halo ever did was not reintroduce Spartan Ops in 5 and Infinite. Because goddamn, that shit, that mode is fantastic. By the way, they have a Horde mode too, Firefight. It's not good, but it's great.
I was gonna say Spartan Ops is in the Master Chief collection.
I know.
So,
I know. I own the Master Chief collection because when I bought my first Xbox One, it came with the Master Chief collection, the Spartan Ops. But Spartan Ops is a part of Halo 4. That was an exclusive to that game and that game only.
no, I'm just saying because Halo's also cross-platform. So, you guys ever want to play?
Oh, fuck yes. All right, but that's it. That's my number 2. It's Halo. It is Halo, and I fucking love that game. And yeah, floor is open for anybody. I was also trying to buy time, you know. I'm like trying to kill time, see if Gam gets back. But
No,
Anybody got beef?
I respect it. Halo didn't make my list, because out of all the games, I really do like 1, 2, 3, ODST and Reach. I don't like 4. I fucking hate 5. Like, I hate 5. And I was talking to the wifey. Her son's playing 5 right now because he went and bought it like 2 days ago, and even he's like, "This game sucks." Like, and he's a Halo fanatic right now. He went and bought all the games on their original consoles, like I did. Because I own Halo for the original Xbox, Halo 2 for the original Xbox, Halo 3 for the 360, ODST. He just did that. Just like me. It's great. Yeah, I'm just saying, if y'all ever do visit, I do have an original Xbox and like 6 controllers and a couple of Dukes. So, split screen some fucking Halo. Oh, that sounds so much fun, dude. But no, I agree with you. Oh, and Infinite, I'm having a hard time getting into it. I think I'm gonna buy it on PC. I might enjoy it a bit better because I'm trying to do like the quick, snappy fucking little tricks in midair when you like throw yourself in midair. And the controller, I'm having a hard time with it. Feel like with the precision of my mouse, I'll be able to do it a lot better.
Fucking elitist. Yeah.
I know I'm
You're
terrible.
sure.
You know, I can play it with ray tracing and keep it at like 80 frames per second.
Nobody cares about that listening to this podcast.
I know.
No
I know.
one.
I'm just messing.
But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, my mouse. That's not what Halo is built off of. God damn it, it's not.
You know, the original Halo was also on PC, right? Like, I have it physically from back in the day.
No, I know that the original Halo was a Doom clone, which is great. All things considered. All things considered. Coming up. I digress. But all right. Yeah, anybody else? Anybody else got a beef with my Halo being at number 2?
No,
Halo didn't make my list.
That's
me
fair.
neither.
That is fair.
You know what I'm glad, though? The fucking TV show got canceled.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that didn't deserve to get a second season
I don't know why it got a second season.
I stopped watching.
because everybody hate watched it.
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing with the Acolyte, and the Acolyte's going to get a season 2.
Having sex.
No. Acolyte will not get a season 2. It will not. You know why? God, it's politics. I hate to use the word, but it's politics. Everybody knows in Disney that if the Acolyte's numbers are up, it's because of hate watching. And they're not going to greenlight another $180 million budget to
Too
a
much.
show that's going to get dragged in the drenges. You know what I mean?
By the way, I did hear some news that Disney approached the Russo brothers to come back to direct the next 2 Avengers movies.
No. Not only is that rumored, that news is confirmed. I read that on Forbes, and the Russos are indeed, in fact, coming back, even though they said they want to take a decade off. Well, their last movie came out in 2019, which means that they filmed in 2017? Around?
Yeah,
Don't they have a movie coming out on Netflix right now?
yeah, they do.
What? Is it that Santa Claus movie?
No, had the big fucking robot in it or something.
The Jennifer Lopez one?
Atlas?
No.
I have no
Please
idea.
don't tell me that's the don't, because I'll boycott them. No offense. Look, if you want to boycott this for me saying I'm gonna boycott Jennifer Lopez, fuck it. So be it. But she Jenny from the block to me.
I don't know. I saw a poster
They
for their
did.
next movie that's coming to Netflix, and it's apparently got like a big Netflix budget.
They
And
did.
that's all I know.
I think they did a movie called The Gray Man or some shit, where it was like
Yeah.
Chris Evans and Ken from Barbie. What's his name? Baby Driver. Oh my god.
Oh, I know who you're talking
Yeah,
about.
Ryan Gosling.
Yeah.
It was called The Gray Man. I'm
Their
pretty sure
next
that was
film
them.
is called The Electric State, a sci-fi adventure
Yeah.
with Chris Pratt and Millie Bobby Barth. The
Ugh.
it completed shooting in 2022.
No way. No way. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
The poster looks cool. I don't know if there's a trailer or anything out, but yeah, there's that. I think it had. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it had the biggest budget that Netflix gave for a movie like ever. I think
For Chris Pratt.
it's something like that.
For Chris Pratt?
Mm.
I know Amazon pulled that shit with for Chris Pratt with that Alien movie, which by the way, that's a fantastic film. I really thoroughly enjoy that movie.
Chris Pratt was in a movie with an alien.
Yeah, on
Yeah,
Amazon.
it was called the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Shut up! That's true. It's true. It's Alien because he went to another world. That's true. No, the one on Amazon, the Amazon Prime one. Chase, come on. I know you know this. Help me out.
The one where he fights the aliens?
Yes, the one who fights like the alien queen. They're all like these albino-looking aliens. It's like
Yeah. Hold on just 1 second. I know what it's called.
It's like that Tom Cruise movie,
The Tomorrow War.
The Tomorrow War. Oh my God! Listen, if y'all ain't see that movie, watch that movie. That's a great movie. That's a good, bro.
I just sent pictures of the Chris Pratt and Millie Bobby Barf movie in the message chat.
Which one? Shoot the shit.
Oh, okay.
Shoot the shit or
Huh.
Messenger.
It's on Messenger.
Okay. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we do when we try to kill. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no, never mind. That's Inspector Gadget.
You see, that looks cool.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh, okay.
I'm immediately interested just looking at
Oh.
that because that looks cool.
What the fuck is that giant robotic Momo thing looking? That's insane. That's insane.
Yes.
What the fuck?
We'll see. I don't know. I was like hearing this morning like the Russos were hesitant to come back because I didn't like the direction Marvel went. Whether or not that's true, that's just what I was hearing. So
It's
I don't know. We'll
Marvel's a
see.
shit show.
Are we on our number
Yeah.
twos or number ones still?
let's see. One, you got a 2, you got a 2, you got a 2, I got a 2. The only one that doesn't have a 2 is Gam Gam. I'm trying to buy time. So apparently, an hour and 35 minutes ago, he said that he's out in 2 minutes, in 2 hours. So I'm trying to buy time. We can still do this, or right now we can segue into
No,
some.
it's just I have to cook dinner at some point, and waiting for Andrew might not be able for me to stay.
Well then,
That's the only problem.
well
I
then,
have.
since we are live streaming, brother Chase, give me your God of War take for number 1.
So yes, as you know, I have a number 1, and it is this very famous game, as maybe you've all heard, called God of War. The relationship I have with God of War is so interesting because it was the first video game not the first video game, but it was the first game I played where I questioned if I was allowed to play it. And I was in like first grade or second grade, and I didn't own a PlayStation. I owned an Xbox. And I went over to my friend's house and he had it. So I started playing God of War at my friend's houses in passing. And I got a PS, down the line, I got the white Darth Vader PSP, and I
Yeah.
got Chains of Olympus for the PSP. Not knowing there was another God of War game called, Ghost of Sparta on the PSP. I did not know that, and I was disappointed to find that out after I sold my PSP. But come along to 2018. Or not 2018, when they showed It was a little bit before that. I remember playing God of War 2 and 3 at my buddy's house, and finishing all of two. I finished 2 and 3 at his house, and then I had to move away. And then in 2016 or whatever, they showed that trailer for the 2018 God of War, and that re-sparked my whole interest to replay the whole entire franchise. And I played on PlayStation Now, Ghost of Sparta, all the way to God of War Ascension. And I loved those games, from Ghost of Sparta to Chains of Olympus to God of War 1, God of War 2, God of War Ascension. I loved those games. Those games meant so much to me. It's just, I get it. I love the idea of being a vengeful god who wants to destroy gods because they've betrayed him, and he wants to vow revenge, and there's this deeper layer of he was tricked, of destroying everything he had. And I am a person who personally is very angry with the idea of God, because after my dad passed away, so many people told me that my dad died for a reason, and it was because he needed to help God or whatever. And in my head the whole time I was like, well, God didn't take into account that he left a son behind, and that only 16 years old and needs a father still. And that made me want to kill God. I swear to God, that's what it wanted me to do. And playing God of War let me unleash that anger, and I understood it. And there's a whole bunch of other personal stuff behind it. But once the 2018 game came, after I've fallen in love with Kratos as a character and loving that world and franchise, and being so in peril that, oh my God, is Kratos dead at the end of God of War 3? You know, he's leaving a big old blood trail into the ocean. Is he dead? What's going on? And then you see him back in the 2018 game, and he has a son. And obviously, it's not a reboot, but it's a reboot in a sense. But yep. It's not a God of War spinoff where it's not Kratos. It's still Kratos, but progressed. But what I fell in love with the progression of God of War 2018 was that this game not only gave me one of the most amazing cinematic experiences of my entire life, but because I knew Kratos was this character who was known for his hate, and he's holding back his hate to save his son and to make sure his curse doesn't get passed on, but you know deep down that he could rip your face off with the flick of his pinky. It made me so invested in this game. And I love the Norse mythology of fighting Odin and Balder and all of that. I think God of War works so well in that world. But what really struck me was that when I was being angry and hateful and spiteful because I lost my father and desperately needing a father figure, even though Kratos is by far the best example of a father figure at all, it was nice playing a franchise that was progressing this character through hate with his hate, and having this guidance system of, you know, like having someone on your shoulder guiding you as a fatherly figure. And I mean, I'm not a father. I don't know what it's like to have a son, but kind of feeling that amplified in a way to where, like, I wish I had like this fatherly figure guiding me through the way it was being done through God of War 2018 really struck with me. And really, I mean, I played that game. I've beaten God of War 2018 multiple times. I've platinumed it I've played on the hardest difficulty. I've beaten Sigrun so many times to the point where I memorized 2018 to a T. I know every nook and cranny of that game, and I'm still finding new stuff when I do play that game, which is amazing. But the thing is what really resonated with me and why God of War is my favorite franchise is because during that time of my hatred and anger and just grief and following along with Kratos, it helped me have that realization of learning to move on and let go and progress your character from a negative way into a positive way. And I absolutely love that. With you may not like the direction of where Kratos is going, but from a standpoint of where you take a character and progress them, if you are going to progress them, now we get this whole other art of where Kratos was anti-hero villainous Kratos. Even though he isn't necessarily 100% a villain, he's done good things and he does have a conscience. Even in the earlier Greek games, even in Ascension, you see him. He doesn't want to kill. I can't remember what's his name at the end, but he doesn't want to kill him. Even when he asks him to kill him, is it Orpheus or something like that?
Yeah,
I think that's his name.
No, I think Orpheus is one of the PSP games.
Yeah, Kratos doesn't want to kill him. And those moments are still layered out with God of War, but regardless, the progression of where they're taking Kratos, I love so much, because I feel like that's part of my progression as a human being. It's a lot more personal and in deep in my skin than it is by just a video game. And that's one of the reasons why God of War is my number one, because I feel it's an extension of me and my life and the past decade I have lived. And I mean, of course, I'm not a Kratos, but I do understand that anger and hatred. And I do have my own personal moments where I've had to step back and be like, hey, I need to change for the sake of this person. And and understanding that evolution within a character I fully love and respect and have so much fun being with. It's like Godzilla to me. Godzilla and God of War, two of my favorite franchise in my bundle of franchises. It just means so much to me. And Kratos, with where they're going with God of War, has me so excited, because I do love the character progression. I do want to see, what's going to happen now with Kratos and the world they've created, because they set it up as this is now Kratos's 100% hero arc. And I'm excited to witness that, to see what can Kratos do as this God of War, but the God of hope in a positive outlet. But also, are they going to go that route? Are they going to go back and maybe they're going to shake it up where Kratos slips and goes back to angry ways, and he has to fight around that and make more, correct more mistakes, and they really challenge that. Like if Egypt comes and is enslaving all of the realms and trying to, put them on for entertainment, like gladiator style, and they're trying to test Kratos because they're trying to fight the world's strongest people they know of, and they test Kratos. I would love to see that, where we have to struggle between that. I am just fully on board of where they're wanting to go with Kratos and where the story could go. My mind is just boggled. But I'm just, God of War really sits with me in the sense of my understanding and relation and healing and grief and personal character development and my own. And that's why I love it so much. I mean, yes, I love angry Kratos. I love angry Godzilla. But I fucking love it when Godzilla's a good guy too. And I fucking love it when Kratos does the right thing and just know that he is this powerhouse, that he can kill you with a pencil or a flick of his finger, but he's doing the right thing. I love characters just like that in general. And that's why I'm so excited for where God of War is and where it can go. I don't really care much about Atreus. I don't. But still, Kratos is still one of the greatest PlayStation characters of all fucking time, and you can't deny that. Kratos is... And I love Christopher Judge. I love T.C. Carson too. But with the change and everything, I'm not mad at Christopher Judge. I love Christopher Judge as Kratos. I think he embodies him just as well as T.C. Carson did. God of War sits with me so well because to me when I played God of War 2018, it was like a revelation because the first time in my life I felt like, man, this is what a video game cinematic experience for me should be. I mean, it was, and granted, you got to keep in mind this was a long time after I played Gears of War. I mean, after Gears of War, and I started because I played Gears of War 3 and then got rid of my Xbox. So the reason why I got a PlayStation was for Godzilla. Between that time frame, we didn't have these very huge cinematic games or anything. And God of War was that first reintroduction into it. And I mean, and the thing is, Red Dead Redemption 2 came around, but I didn't like Red Dead Redemption 2 at the first time I played it. I hated it. That's a whole different story. But God of War was that experience for me that made me feel like, wow, this is what gaming to me is. What I love the most about gaming. I love being set in worlds that steal my attention and immerse me and make me feel like I am in that world and there's a purpose to be in this world. And that's what I love so much about how God of War 2018, because it's skyrocketed that love for God of War as a whole. I mean, I love the original games in themselves, but 2018 made me open my eyes to that this is my favorite franchise. And Ragnarok, even though I have my qualms with it, I still love Ragnarok just as much. And 2018 to me is just that spectacle that's going to just it made me find a new appreciation for video game playing. And that's why it's my number one spot, man. I can't wait for the future of God of War, where it goes from here. I hope they don't fuck it up. But I'm so excited to see where this franchise can go. And Kratos is, like I said, still the best PlayStation character of all fucking time.
There's no arguments there. What you just laid out and laid bare from your soul, your heart and your soul, 1000% agree with you. Absolutely. And again, where I rank that, that doesn't take nothing away from what you just said. That's why I love the idea of having our top 5 franchises that we love, not what we think is the best, like in terms of what other people might think. It's what we think. That right there was the most heartfelt, like legit. You can't get around that. Like you can't get around that. Whether people like it or not, the fact that this is how it resonated with you makes all the sense in the world, and that's why I wanted to do this particular, podcast with the 5 greatest things, because number 1 should resonate with you in a certain place. The way you just explained how God of War got you from anger to mellow, almost in a sense, to acceptance. It's a beautiful fucking thing. It's a beautiful fucking thing. And I get it. Totally get it.
And I've never had the chance to express that, because my 2 friends that I play video games with, that I grew up going to school with, they don't play video games like that. They play like only MMOs and co-op games. So they don't understand it. They may respect it and understand it from where I'm coming from, but I've never really was able to sit down and express that with people that would get it. And being able to do that for the first time is very healing and very just I'm a little welled up with emotion from it. But I appreciate you giving me that chance to talk about that, because I haven't had that experience yet, and it opened up a lot to my eyes to why I even love God of War even more because of that now. And yeah.
Absolutely. Anybody got anything to say?
No. It was beautiful. It's fucking beautiful.
It's fucking beautiful.
Thank you, thank you.
Truly, that was lovely.
No,
Goddamn.
I get it. I get it, man, because God of War lets you take your fucking anger out, man. It really
It
does.
lets
really
you feel
does.
what you want to feel.
Yes, and I love it, man.
That's
That's what makes some of our favorite games even better.
yep.
Just saying.
The fact that we all have our each own version of that to what resonates.
Yeah.
It literally was that when I played God of War for the first time. When my boy back in New York was like, "You ever played this?" I was like, "No." He was like, "Yeah, you want to borrow?" I was like, "I guess, okay." And then I played it, and it was literally everything I wanted to get off of my chest in a video game. And I sit here, Grand Theft Auto cheat code, tank, blow shit up. Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2, cheat codes, unlimited lives. Just go for fucking broke on a swarm mode. Literally, swarm. This is nothing but TIE fighters coming at you. And it's one of those things where it's like that really, alleviates a lot of the stress in life. But when you can say there was a franchise where I played and I felt that character at this moment in time, and then all of a sudden they changed it up, and oh shit, I still felt that character in that moment in time, that's when you know you transcended. That's when you know you transcended. And again, even though God of War wasn't my 2 or 1, it was my top 3 because I felt like that, exactly that, where I needed to let loose some anger and shit. Somebody gave me a copy of God of War, and I did not even know until I played it, where I was like, oh my God, I feel better. I feel better by playing through this video game. It was crazy. And again, I might not like where the series went, but I still have a great fucking time playing where that series went. It's still fun. Everything still works. The story's there. My biggest beef is not the story. It's I want to hack and slash the way I used to. I want to be more angry. But at the same time, what Brother Chase just eloquently put, without him saying as much, that's soul searching. That's soul searching. That shit is real. And for that, Brother Chase, man, I fucking salute you. Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Well, Rob, I'm going to jump to you because apparently JR had a case of the shits. He had to run away.
Damn.
So, Rob, you know what? Hey, Rob, let me ask you this question. Do you want to do your number 1 now, or do you want to hear what my cheat code is? Because I'm in cheat code level.
Let me hear your cheat code.
All right. Chase, you ready for my cheat code?
Yeah.
Yeah, JR should be here for this one, but he's not. Ready for my cheat code? Here's my cheat code. My cheat code is a franchise that would have been my number 1. Unfortunately, the way I worded this particular podcast was 3 or more. And we all know Valve can't count to 3.
Oh, God.
That's right. Because, honest to God, my favorite franchise would have been Left 4 Dead. It would have been, because I hated everything I saw about it. Everything I saw about it was like, that's stupid, it looks dumb. Ow! Oh, shit! Ladies and gentlemen, my blood brother has joined legit Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, aka J-Rod. What the fuck is going on?
Oh my
I'm driving home.
fucking J-Rod. I'm gone fucking 2 minutes.
Yeah, he just popped up right
2
now.
minutes.
Hang on.
Oh shit.
All right, hang on. We gotta. Even though y'all already know what my fucking cheat code is, we gotta bring it back now, cause J-Rod's here. John,
What's up?
number 5 favorite franchise. Do you have your list?
I have the list in front of me. I got my list in front of me, buddy.
What's your number 5 favorite franchise?
So I don't know if you would call it a franchise because Mario's huge, but I think Mario Kart,
Oh yeah.
bring it down to just Mario Kart itself. I love Mario Kart. It's number 5 for me.
Hold up, time out. What the fuck? Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. Gam Z1 just entered the chat again. Yo, hold up. Wait a minute.
Wow.
There's a lot going on right now.
Wait a minute.
We got Gam Z1 just joined. We got my brother J-Rod just joined too. I was about to give my cheat code, even though I did already, but I'm gonna cheat code it again, cause 3 out of the 6 didn't hear it. But Gams hang out. I got my brother. He said his number 5 was Mario Kart. J-Rod, explain why.
Oh man, since Super Nintendo, man, I fucking love Mario Kart. Been addicted to it. And fucking 64 made it better. Playing it on the DS with my friends, we used to have fucking, like, every time. So I played pool back in the day in pool leagues. In between games, like, if I wasn't shooting, me and my boys, we were racing on Mario Kart on the DS. Like, that was one of them games, man. And every time a new one came out, I got it. No matter what system it was for. Picking up for the Wii. Getting it on my Switch, like, I always had to have Mario Kart. So it had to be up there. There's no way I could leave Mario Kart off the list completely.
I'm gonna throw up. I can't believe you said Mario. When I see you, I'm gonna slap you. Just so you know, because I love you, because you're my brother. Because I can do that. I'm your older
But
brother.
it's not just Mario, it's Mario Kart specifically.
Yeah.
That's what
You know
Mario
why?
is
It's-
a huge franchise, but, you know, like, I never got into, like, Mario Tennis or, like, Paper Mario. Like, you know, I love the Mario games, don't get me wrong, but some of them is like, you know, but Mario Kart, I always had to have the newest Mario Kart that came out.
Unfucking believable. Well,
I'm coming
J-Rod.
back to Vegas.
Yeah,
I swear to God.
You're gonna have to. J-Rod, since we got you on, and what's your number 4 now? I need your number 4.
Diablo.
Oh my God.
No shit. All right.
Explain. Explain.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Diablo 4 has upset me a little bit, you know, with the shit they're doing. Like, I really love Diablo 3 more than, like, in the best out of all of them. To me, Diablo 3, just, like, I love the whole, like, Paragoning, like, how the Paragon system worked and everything. Like, I felt it was a little more, like, easier to understand, a little more friendly. Like, Diablo 4, I kind of get some of their Paragon system, but it's really confusing if you don't build it out right and build it, like, specifically. You kind of not building your fucking character out too good. So, you know, it throws it around a little bit. But Diablo had to be up there because, man, Diablo 3 was, like, my favorite game when it came out, and I fucking rocked that shit. I still rock it now. Like, I had it on PC, had it on my PlayStation, got it again for the fucking PlayStation 4 when Reaper of Souls came out, bought it again, made a whole new character again playing through for the Switch. Like, I put that much time into a game, it has to be up there on this list.
Jesus Christ, you sound like another JR over here. I bought
I-
Elder Scrolls 9,000 times. Jesus
Yep.
Christ.
No, I'm so glad someone said Diablo because Diablo 4 was my number 1 worst of last year. Out of everything, the worst thing that happened in 2023.
I do remember
Diablo
that.
3 is such a fucking good game, though.
I do remember that.
I know. And, like, you had so much high hopes for 4, and I feel like they just fell.
Oh, dude.
The games are fun, but I just feel like they went too far off with things, and I'm like, you kind of fucked this game.
Yeah. And I bought the $100 digital deluxe edition for my PC.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It hurts.
Hey, hang on.
Yeah, no, I feel your pain, buddy. I feel your pain. I bought
I bought the digital deluxe for my PlayStation 5, but yeah, I kind of feel like I don't even. I bought it. I fucking jammed it out in the beginning as much as I could. I really don't like the whole fucking Nightmare Dungeons and how everything is, and you got to refresh it, and then all the stupid little perks like, oh man, lightning's about to strike. You better be in this bubble. Like, come on, man.
No,
This shit is stupid.
it's terrible.
Okay.
And then they nerf shit, like when something really good, like when I finally get a good build, they're like nerfing everything in it. I'm like, come on. And then all the microtransactions are just, that's a big hate. Like, that's a big fucking negative for me on any game. Once you start throwing microtransactions in, it's like you're killing me.
Literally turned Diablo 4, a console game, into a fucking mobile game. I thought they already did Diablo mobile.
Yeah, they did Immortal. There we go.
Okay, real quick, because I know Brother Chase got to go, and he gave his number one, but I want him to hang out a little bit longer, because I want him to hear everybody else's. So we got Gam Z1 back. We got my brother JR on for the first time on a live stream. I'm pretty sure. Well, at least in 17 weeks, he's on a live stream. So real quick.
I'll try and sit around as long as I can. I mean, I can make dinner while I'm listening to you guys. So
Perfect. So this is what we're going to do. All right. Gams. John, JR, J-Rod. You know the rules, right? Your top 5, and you get one cheat. That cheat can be a 6th entry with, 3 or more games, or an entry with 2 game franchise. So, but I'm not, you know the rules. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I got you.
Perfect. Okay. I'm going to go to Gams, because Gams is 2 hours out. Gams, do you have a number 3, or are you going to cheat right now? Let us know.
I'm a cheat right now with my number 6.
Oh,
My number 6 is going to be Super Smash Brothers.
Oh, whoa.
It's probably one of my favorite fighting game franchises of all time. And it's the only reason it's my number 6 is because of Brawl. I can't fucking stand Brawl, but I love Melee, I love Original 64, and I love for Wii U, 3DS, and I love Ultimate.
Yeah.
But Brawl fucking sucks so hard that it bumps the whole thing down. Just that little bit much for me.
Wow. Oh,
Respect.
shit, yeah. You know what? I was waiting for a Super Smash Brothers. I was waiting for some Super Smash Brothers. I really was. And I figured it would be you.
I love me some Smash Bros, bro.
I figured it would be you. You had us playing that fucking Xbox game that was Smash Brothers Light.
Oh, yeah, like Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, or Gigabash.
Gigabash.
Or friggin' Multiverses.
Yeah.
They's all got their roots with Super Smash Brothers.
I figured as much. All right. Shit. Okay. So that was your cheat.
My cheat, yeah.
John, you don't have to do a cheat right now. You could do 3. You could do a cheat, whatever you want. But let me hear whatever you got next. Is it your number 3, or is it a cheat?
I'm gonna go with my number 3.
Yeah.
So, the Borderlands franchise.
Oh shit.
Okay. All right.
Valid.
Very.
Yeah, I fucking.
He's a
first
gamer.
Borderlands came out, in love with it. Fucking Borderlands 2 came out, was in love with it. Even fucking bought it on my PSP just to continue playing with a new character again. Like Borderlands 3, bought it. Fucking digital deluxe gold, it did like top of the line. Fucking made sure I was gonna have every DLC that came out. I wanted the fucking oh shit, what the hell was it called again? The butt plug fucking bomb. Like I needed it. The unicorn ball, I needed it. Like it's stupid, but I needed it. You know?
Butt plug bomb.
Yeah, then fucking let's go. Tiny Tina's Wonderland. I mean, it wasn't as great as I wish it would have been, but fucking I enjoyed the shit out of it. Like literally, it's as bad as the fact of I was just on my computer like last week when Stream was having Stream's been having like their summer sale, but it was like ending last week. So last week I was like, all right, I really need to like narrow it down, start looking at things. What do I want to buy?
And he hit a dead spot. He's driving.
Every single game with every single DLC, like altogether it would be like $600 and some. They were selling it for $60, and I was so tempted to just buy it anyway. Like, do I need it? No, but you can't. There's no saving that much money on, like, to have every single game. So Borderlands has to be up there because I've loved that shit forever since it first came out.
Unfucking believable. Him and his Borderlands. That game sucks. And you know what? When I see you, I'm going to punch you in the face just because I can, because you're my little brother and I love you. But expect a punch in the mouth. Gams. So we're doing this because right now, Chase has done his number 1. He's done his 5. And his whatchamacallit, and his cheat. We're going to get to that in a minute. But Gam, you did your cheat. What's your number 3?
Muted.
Oh, he muted.
Bear with me for 1 second, guys.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, while Gam is muted real quick while he's doing his thing, John, you gave us your number 3. What's your number 2? Or if you want to throw your cheat in there, all right, real quick. Your cheat code you have to use your cheat code before number 1.
Okay.
All right. So right now you're at number 2, so you can use it now, or you don't have to. What's your number 2 or cheat code?
No. I'm gonna go with number 2. I'm gonna go with number 2.
Oh, let's go.
My number 2, I feel like should be a fucking franchise favorite for like almost everybody. It's Halo. Like, Halo has to be on this list somewhere. And if not, there's a problem.
That's my brother.
I'm gonna have a problem.
That's my brother.
It's
my brother.
Fucking, I love the Halo since they came out. Not gonna lie, probably weird on this one, but my favorite was ODST, which really had nothing to do with Master Chief.
No, Chase mine. ODST as well.
Yeah, see, I'm just saying, I don't know, but but then you got Halo Wars, dude. I'm a big StarCraft fan, so fucking Halo Wars just like brought me my StarCraft to console. It's match made in heaven, in my opinion.
That's fucking fair. Halo is my number 2 also, bro. Just so you know, which is crazy because we didn't talk about that. That's a fact. That's crazy. But Halo 2 is my number 2, which is nuts. Oh my God, Gams, are you
I
back?
have returned.
Oh, yes.
I am.
All right. Well, Gams, what's your number 3?
My number 3 is Toreros para ti. Toreros para ti. Fucking God of War.
Good lord. Gams, me and you, baby.
I love
me and you.
the classic God of War games. I played those and replayed those to death on my PS2, the remasters on my PS3, the remaster of 3 on my PS4. I have some opinions on the modern God of War games, the Dad of Boy. But the classic God of War games, that shit is peak gaming right there. Peak single-player gaming. I even love God of War Ascension, and that game among the classic God of Wars is like the black sheep, the weakest link, and I still love the fuck out of that game. All right, God of War is what made me a PlayStation fan.
That is crazy. Look, I mean, the fact that y'all two pretty much came on at the same time and shit, and Gams, you already had 2 in, and then J-Rod, you're doing your thing. I'm going to go ahead and what?
Real quick, and fellas, if I can have like maybe 3 minutes, I just got to my house. I'm gonna park my car. I'm gonna fucking just change out of these clothes, and then I'll jump on my computer, and I will continue.
Sure, absolutely. So, J-Rod, you join us in about 5 minutes. We'll see you then. We'll go to Gams. We'll go to Gams. Number 2. I mean, let's do that, right? We should do that.
Let's do it. Why
Be right
not?
back, fellas.
I wish Andrew was here to hear my heartfelt God of War farewell.
Well, it's in the live stream. If Gam wants the timestamp, where are we at right now? 3:17.
3 hours, yeah.
Gams, listen. I swear to God, listen to what Chase said.
I'll listen.
Go
I
to
definitely
about
listen.
2 hours and 50 minutes. If you hear Chase talking about number 1, that's where you want to be. If it's not there, go a little back or a little forward. but about 251 because seriously, yeah, it's about that right time. But Games, what's your number 2?
My number two was hard to figure out. It was hard to figure out because there's so many fucking gaming franchises out there.
See, I'm not
But I
the
had to
only
pick one. I did. So, this one's also kind of a little cheat because it's technically not a gaming only franchise. It's a multimedia franchise that just happens to have some of the best fucking games out there. All right?
Oh god. Here we
And
go.
that franchise is Spider-Man. I fucking love almost every Spider-Man game that has ever fucking come out. Spider-Man for the PS1,
That makes sense.
Spider-Man
It
for
works, it
the
works, it
Spider-Man
works.
2, the movie, the game, Ultimate Spider-Man, Spider-Man Web of Shadows, fucking Marvel Spider-Man on the PS4. Fucking fantastic games.
It works. It works. I can't.
Does.
It does because that heavy
There's more
road.
than one Spider-Man game.
Heavy road. It wasn't so. What I was trying to do, but I didn't see it coming, but I saw it possibly coming. That it's allowed because yes, there's plenty of games in that. They break up after 2, with the exception of the Insomniac games, because you have to count the Miles Morales game. It's not just a glorified DLC, even though it's a glorified DLC. It's not. It's another game. It's not a AAA game. It's a $40 game. It's something you would play on your Super Nintendo. Whereas Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2 is definitely a PS exclusive. You know what I mean? That you get hard.
Yeah.
Can't be mad at that. Can't be. But Games, go ahead. Why? Why?
Why? Why the fuck not, dude? Spider-Man has some of the best games out there. Going all the way back, like I said, to the PS1. Spider-Man for the PS1 is one of the top PS1 games of all time. Right up there with the original Spyro trilogy or the original Crash Bandicoot trilogy. Or friggin' Twisted Metal and stuff like that.
Wow.
You know, it was made by Neversoft, the people who made the Tony Hawk Pro Skater games. You know?
Yeah, they had a feeling
And
for
then
agility.
you got the Treyarch games on the PS2 era with Spider-Man the movie, the game, Spider-Man 2, Ultimate Spider-Man. Ultimate Spider-Man in particular on the PS2, that got adapted into the comics. I think it adapted like the first few arcs of like the Venom arc in the Ultimate Comics, and then it did its own thing, which the original stuff in that game also got adapted into the Ultimate Comics years later. Like that game is canon essentially to Earth 1610, and fucking. Web of Shadows, like, as much shit as that game gets for its voice acting, the gameplay is not something nobody fucking complains about, because that's some of the best fucking open world swinging that Treyarch has ever done for Spider-Man. And you know, the Insomniac games, those are fucking great, but yeah, Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man, bro.
Can't be mad. You know what's funny? I never played a Spider-Man game outside of the arcade game. That game is fucking fun as shit. Side-scrolling beat 'em up Spider-Man, come on. But like I didn't play.
Not even just that side. Speaking of side-scrolling beat 'em ups, one of the best games on the Super Nintendo is Spider-Man and Venom: Maximum Carnage. That had a red fucking Super Nintendo cartridge, and it was a side-scrolling beat 'em up, and it's like one of LJN's best fucking games.
You ain't lying. you ain't lying. You're absolutely right in that regard. I didn't play like those Spider-Man tie-in games. The first Spider-Man game I literally played on it was the PlayStation, was it? Nope, I'm lying. It was the Xbox 360. It was Web of Shadows, and that game was, oh my god. Why did I trade it in?
That game is worth so much now.
Yeah, and it was such a good game. It was worth so much in terms of as a gamer storytelling and everything you want as a gamer and as a comic book fan. It was everything you wanted. Why'd I turn it in? It drives me crazy because it was a 1000% solid game. And you know what? I can't even be mad. That Spider-Man franchise thing. Yeah.
And like, even though it's not open world like most of the other Spider-Man games are, the fucking Shattered Dimensions and Edge of Time, those fucking games are great too. They were actually written by comic book fucking writers who was writing for Spider-Man at the time. I think it was Dan Slott who wrote those.
Dan Slott. My nemesis. But I digress. I digress. All right. Look, my brother's gonna get back in here. We'll get into it. So let me redo my cheat before he gets back in here. And
Okay.
I'll tell him when he gets in here. My cheat, which is, and like I said from the jump, is going to be between 2 and 1. My cheat is Left 4 Dead. That's my cheat code because there's only 2 games.
Yeah.
Technically, yeah.
Because we all know Valve can't count to 3.
Because
They cannot count to 3 to save their fucking lives.
Seriously.
Nope.
But Left 4 Dead, and I wish my brother was here right now because I have to credit him. I have to. He bought me the game. I wanted nothing to do with it. I did not like anything I seen from it. I was like, that looks stupid. And he bought me the game for my birthday. Was it my birthday or Christmas? It doesn't matter. They're a month apart. But he bought me the game. And I'll never forget that opening fucking cinematic. And I watched it recently. And I was like, you know what? As dated as that looks. Oh, I watched it when we were playing it. A couple of weeks ago. When we all played it. And I was like, as dated as that looks, that still holds up. That still grips you. That still gets you in the chest. Oh God. It's a perfect storm. It's a perfect storm. And it kills me that Valve can't count 2, 3. Because Back 4 Blood is not it. It's not it.
No,
It's Turtle
it's
Rock
not it.
Studios. It's Turtle Rock.
Never was.
Right, but it's there are people who made Left 4 Dead in there. Turtle Rock Studios. The card-based system is terrible, and like I was telling JR earlier today, he disagrees with me, but it's all right. I did not like the aiming mechanic. It felt clunky. Man, listen, I don't need a lock on, but I need a lock around. Lock around. It's a difference. There's a lock on, there's a lock around. The lock around is where I can, all right, got him, get him. And I felt that Back 4 Blood missed that. But for the love of God, Left 4 Dead is one of those franchises that should not have been. And if you think about it, look at what that game has spawned. It's not Back 4 Blood. There's so much more. Oh, there's J-Rod again.
Yo.
All right, John, I'm giving you massive props right now because my cheat code before my number 1, between my 2 and 1, is Left 4 Dead. And you bought me Left 4 Dead 1. And
All right.
we-
Damn right.
We had insane amount of fucking fun playing that game. Co-op.
Fuck yeah.
Where
Hell yeah.
We were fucking on the hardest level going through every fucking map. And it was just one of those games. This is why it's my cheat code because there's only 2. There's only two. But for the love of God, God damn it, Francis is one of my all-time favorite call signs because my wife's name is Francis, so I get to scream that at her at all times. It's the best thing in the world. And pills here, but good God Almighty. Good God Almighty. Left 4 Dead. Valve, oh my God. If they would have gave it a 3rd game, honest to God, it would have been my number 1. It would have been my number 1. There's no questions about it. It might have been my number 1. It could have been possibly my number 2, but it is my cheat. It is my cheat code, Left 4 Dead. Speaking of cheat codes, there's only one cheat code left. That's you, JR. Not you, JR.
Well, I used mine.
That's not you, JR. That's you, John. That's you, J Rod.
I kind of figured who you were talking about. It's oh man, I was going through my list because my cheat code. I like really dumped on between 2. And it's kind of hard.
But you have to use it before 1. You already had 2. Yeah,
I know. I'm gonna have to go with Infamous. The Infamous.
Oh! Oh! Good
Yeah.
God
I
Almighty!
fucking enjoyed the Infamous games. Fucking, I love them. Got me addicted. It was bad. Kind of like, Infamous kind of got me to like crack down some, but Infamous is the OG of it. That shit was the fucking game, and Infamous 2 was great. Like Second Son. I love these games. So I'm gonna have to use that one as the cheat.
That's crazy because Gams. Your number 4
That
was
my
what?
number 4.
That was your number 4. That's crazy. All right, so we're all at number 1. Well, Chase already did number 1 before everybody jumped on. But let's recap. We're gonna start with you, brother Chase, because you have gotten everything in. You know your thing, or do you need a reminder? Because I wrote everything down.
What's the question?
What's your list?
My list that I told.
Yeah, your 5 and your cheat.
So at 5, it was Dead Space.
Yep.
At 4, it was Darksiders. At 3, it was Metro, the Metro franchise. And my cheat was the Darkness franchise. At number 2, it was Gears of War. And number 1, God of War.
Solid. All right, there it was. All right, so Chase was our number 1. JR, you're next up. Start from your 5 and work your way down until you get to your number 1.
All right, so the cheat, I'll start with that, was Resident Evil. Number 5 was Dead Rising. Number 4 was the Elder Scrolls series. Number 3 was Doom. Number 2 was... I forgot.
Zeus, your son.
Oh, yeah. God of War. Sorry. It's been a long day. Number 2 was God of War. And, so I need to say my number 1?
Yep, here we go.
But how do you guys not already fucking know what my number 1 is?
Oh, I know what it is. Metal Gear
Silent Hill.
Solid. Oh, shit, I was wrong.
My number 1 is Silent Hill. Like, for fuck's sakes.
That's about as predictable as Cannibal Holocaust being your favorite movie.
You're right.
Hey, I'll have you know, my favorite movie is up for debate. Cannibal Holocaust is my favorite exploitation film, goddammit. We'll get into that another day. Anyways. Yeah, no, Silent Hill 1 through 4. Some of the greatest games I have ever played. Everything after is a pile of dog shit. But that's okay because the series is finally getting remade, starting with 2 for some reason. Hey, did you know the first game was on the PlayStation 1? So obviously start out with 2. Stupid. Anyways, look, 1 through 4, they're absolutely fantastic games. They're genre-defining games. Each one came out to critical praise at release. I just did my first game review ever of Silent Hill 4 on my channel, JR's GAM. Shameless plug. It's only a 12-minute review.
Plug it.
No, I already did. I just did, man. It's beautiful. It's a great review. Go check it out. It's awesome. I was drunk when I did it, so. That's how I do most of my reviews. I'm drunk. But yeah, no, fantastic games, character story, Silent Hill 1. Quick synopsis. Your name's Harry Mason. You crash with your daughter, who's adopted. You're in a spooky town called Silent Hill. It's snowing for some reason. It's in the middle of spring. Why is it snowing? Hijinks ensue. Silent Hill 2. Your name's James Sunderland. You get a letter from your dead wife beckoning you to go back to Silent Hill to find her. Why would you find her? She's dead. Silent Hill 3. A direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. The little girl, her name is Cheryl, but she goes by Heather. She ends up going on a revenge story because the cult of Silent Hill kills Harry. So you kind of go off to do some revenge, and she might be pregnant with God. Silent Hill 4, yeah, really awesome game. Check it out. Silent Hill 4 is the story of a man stuck in his apartment building. One of the previous tenants is a horrible cultist who's trying to do the 21 sacraments, sacrifice 21 people to birth a god. This is cult, man. Just like, you know, demon gods and shit. Silent Hill 4 is the scariest out of the franchise, in my opinion. And yeah, that's the one I reviewed. 20 years old. That game's 20 years old. I can't even believe it. The rest of the games in the franchise, I don't recommend. I really don't. And I had to fight myself because I was really not going to put this as number one, considering that there are more bad games than good games. But because the first 4 games are critically praised and adored still to this day, I mean, Silent Hill 2 is on like a lot of people's best games of all time. You have to add it. It's getting remade. It'll be out in October. If you want to play it and you can't get a PlayStation 2 copy or the free version on PC, definitely check out the remake. It looks phenomenal. But yeah, no, Silent Hill, you know, it's got some movies that are great. And the soundtracks I will say the soundtracks for all the games are fantastic. I own them on vinyl. I own them on CD. I've got them digitally. Great soundtracks. If you watch my videos, 90% of the songs are from the games. That's why whenever G1 here is like, oh, that song's good. Yeah, it's from Silent Hill 2, 3, 1, or 4.
That's some good music. Some good music.
It's good music, dude. It's good music. Check it out if you're into survival horror. Definitely, you know, they don't make games like that anymore. They really fucking don't.
All right. Real quick. I just want to throw this out there. I pretty much knew everybody's number one pick. And even my brother, who joined late, way late, knows number one pick. But the number one pick I don't know is Rob's. And I'm 1,000% sure nobody knows what's my number one pick. That being
I don't know what's your 4 or 5. Well, yeah, 3, 4, or 5, or 2. So, you know, that would help you try to narrow it down, buddy.
That's a good point.
It's Toe Jam and Earl.
It's Toe Jam and Earl.
Toe
Jam and Earl.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, buddy.
Earthworm Jim, what?
Oh. It would have been. Because I love Earthworm Jim too. I fucking love it. But I digress.
Good games.
All right. So, all right. Rob, without giving you number one, give your list from the cheat code to 2.
All right, my cheat code was Metal Arms Glitch in the System. My number 5 was Resident Evil. My number 4 was Mass Effect. My number 3 was Doom. And my number 2 was Zelda.
All right. So y'all got that, right? Games, J-Rod?
Oh, yeah. I already know what his number 1 is.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't.
Is
That's a
that
great
gonna
thing.
be on the pop quiz Friday or next Friday?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
So my list was, my number 5 was Resident Evil. My number 4 was Gears of War. My number 3 was God of War. My number 2 was Halo. My cheat was Left 4 Dead. Go ahead, figure that shit out, John.
Your number 1 is My Little Pony.
Shooters in there.
Fuck you, John. And that'll do it for this. No, just kidding. So that's everybody's. All right, so that's everybody's list. So now, again, I don't know Rob's number one, but I know Gam Gam's. Absolutely know, because
Yeah.
he already spoiled that shit. John, J Rod, I know yours.
Yeah.
I know yours.
Do you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Wait.
I don't know.
There's two, but I think there's definitely one. There's two, but I think there's definitely one. It's a
It's
Capcom.
Forspoken.
It's Capcom, brother. It's Capcom. That's all I'm saying. It's Capcom.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, you know it.
All
You
right.
know it.
So let's do it like this. We're gonna start with Gam Gams, because Rob, I'm really intrigued because I don't know. Gam Gams knows. I don't know. Your Doom was what I thought was number one, but then again, your fucking cheat code threw me for a loop right off the bat. I'm confused. I was like, oh shit, what? I've heard of the game. I've never seen any, but I then Doom was number 3, Zelda number 2. I'm like, okay, where we're going next. But I digress. So Gam Gam, could you speed me through your number one?
Because, you know, if you don't know my number one, you're too slow. It's fucking Sonic, baby. I fucking love these fucking games since I was the smallest of small children playing my hand-me-down Sega Genesis, bro. I've played it literally every single fucking game of this franchise, both good and very, very bad. All right, Sonic 06, I will fucking admit, is one of the worst games ever fucking made. All right, but you want to know something? Sonic 3 and Knuckles is one of the best games ever fucking made. So, fuck you.
Yeah.
Preach,
Yeah.
preach.
Fucking preach it up in here. I love this fucking blue fucker till the day I goddamn die. He has become a legend in the fucking cinematic community. People are still fucking mad that we don't have a trailer for Sonic 3, the movie, yet. Where the fuck is it, Sega? Oh,
Shadow's design got leaked before we even saw him in the trailer, for fuck's sake.
I know, man.
And he looks great.
Oh, I may have like fucking opinions on individual games shifting like the tides are shifted by the fucking moon that got blown up in Sonic Adventure 2. But Sega refuses to fucking acknowledge that shit. Fucking, oh, I could go on and on about this franchise. I go on and on about this franchise for like 3 fucking hours, but we still haven't uploaded that podcast. We have to redo that podcast.
We
all
might
right?
have to redo that one. I'm just saying. We might have to redo it. But it's there, somewhere in the...
And maybe with the redo, we can bring in Rob, because I know, even though I know Sonic is not his number one, I'm surprised it wasn't even part of the top 5, to be honest. But I know Rob is almost as big of a Sonic fan as I am. So,
Yeah, it was my first video game series ever. So I have a lot of opinions.
Oh, shit. You know what?
Sonic.
I
I
think...
like it because it's blue and tastes good.
Rob, I think I might have just cracked the code.
Really?
Yeah, no, maybe. Gam Gams just took Sonic out of the loop, and I think I might know where you're going.
Oh, all right. We'll see.
And I think it's Nintendo. And that's as far as I'm going. But yeah, I know exactly where you're going,
Good.
Samus.
nah, but I'm just playing. Fuck that blue boy. My number one's Donkey Kong Country.
God damn it.
Love it. Okay, so I know where my brother's going. I absolutely know where my brother's going. And Rob, I'm pretty sure right now I know exactly where you're going.
I think you do.
But I'm going to go to my brother first, then I'm going to hit you, Rob, and then I want all y'all to try to figure out where I'm going. And if y'all figure
I
it
got
out,
you already.
what? Where you got? No, whoa! Before you got me, yeah, no, I run the show. Don't you come in
No,
here?
I'm just saying.
because
I
we're
think I
blood.
figured it out. But when we get to guessing, I think
Okay.
I got you.
We
Okay.
all know it's Mortal Kombat.
Oh shit! Shut up, Chase. But you, you have no idea. J-Rod, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Growing up, you're my little brother. I love giant what?
Monsters.
Oh yeah.
Dude, he had the opportunity right there to say wieners, and he didn't. That's how much he loves you.
That's,
That's a good brother, dude.
I left myself wide open for that one. I
You
left
did, you
myself
did,
wide
you
open.
did.
John,
Joy. Oh, Weeders.
John.
You got me on it. Once you say Capcom and then that right there, yeah, you're damn right. That is my number one. It will be fucking Monster Hunter. I've loved that game since I started playing it, and I will never stop loving that fucking game, no matter what. I literally, from PSP on, like, I fucking love that game, bro. It came out 20 years ago. Fucking 2004, first Monster Hunter ever to come out on the PS2. Then fucking, you go down, the first one to drop for the PSP in 2006, which was Freedom. Then you got Freedom 2 in 2007, Freedom Unite 2009. Freedom Unite was the first one you could play co-op with friends on your PSP. Man, I went in on that fucking game nonstop. Like, that's all I did at work on weekends was play fucking Freedom Unite. Like, literally. Then 2010, fucking Portable Third came out. That shit was in only Japanese. Like, there was no English. It was all Japanese. I literally had my brother Rod print me out, Big G1, print me out the fucking Holy Bible that, like, I found a website that translated everything from Japanese to English so that I could know what pieces I needed, what I was grinding for, what materials, what items dropped, where I had to go, what key quest I needed to do. I still have the fucking Holy Bible. That shit is in my closet.
Are you saying
And that's Monster Hunter? That's Monster Hunter?
Monster Hunter, yes.
I didn't know Monster
Did you
Hunter's been
ever
around since 2006.
Yeah, it's
2004.
Monster Hunter's
2004.
been around
Did
for a
you
Big in
while,
Japan.
dude.
Yeah, so
I
it never really it never really jumped off out in North America, like out, to North America. It didn't really jump off. PSP, the Freedom Unite was like kind of the big start of it. That's why they never dropped Portable Third out in, North America.
Because I got a PSP and then I had Monster Hunter for the PSP, and that was my first experience with Monster Hunter, and I didn't know it's been around that long.
Yeah. And then, like I said, so Freedom Unite was kind of like when it started to pick up, but Japan really didn't think it was big enough. So Portable Third only came out in Japan. But I bought that game, had it fucking imported for Christmas. Matter of fact, shout out to my wife for being a great wife. She fucking hunted that shit down for me, got it for me as a Christmas gift. And I went ham on that game, fucking destroyed it, had like every armor set, mixed armor sets, all because Big G1 got me the Holy Bible so that I could figure out what I needed. But I made sure I went through that whole fucking game in Japanese. It didn't matter. I was getting that shit done.
Hold up. I just want to say something real quick. You just said shout out to your wife for hooking you up. The only thing my wife hooked me up with was 2 harpoons to the feet so I couldn't move. She kept me. Can't go nowhere. She got me. But no.
It's fucked up.
Yeah, no. So
This
you.
is fucked up, bro.
I'm telling on you.
Yeah, Hey,
Damn.
she's supposed to be in New York right now. Fucking glitch in the
Yeah, what
system.
happened?
The glitch in the system. The glitch in the system turned everything topsy-turvy. I was sleeping.
One,
Hold
two,
up. Can I ask J-Rod something?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Did you ever buy the Monster Hunter SH Monster Arts figures?
I have not, and
He's
I
not-
would.
He's not a collector like that. He's not like
I'm
that.
not a big figure collector
He's a
like that, but
gamer.
I would have. I would have.
Yeah, he's a gamer. He doesn't do that.
From what I hear, the Monster Hunter stuff is like some of Monster Arts' best works.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
They're probably also
I can
150 plus.
Figures in, like, SH Monster Arts, shame.
yeah.
Do it.
Well, all right. So, John, thank you for giving me massive props for printing you out the translations because I do recall doing that, and I do recall you still owe me about $35. So where's that money? Now there's interest, tech on interest. Where's the money, bro?
Fuck that. Yeah, I got money for you.
He's gonna kick me
I
in the
did.
dick.
Yeah, you know where you know what that $35 is? Not saying you love giant, massive wieners earlier, all right?
Touche. You
That's
win.
funny shit right there.
You win. All right. Well, so we got Chase's number one. We got JR's number one. We got Gam Gam's number one. We got J Rock's number one. We're coming up to Rob's number one. And like I said, I think I know what it is now. The things just started flowing. And I want to say, Mamma Mia, Mother Brain. If I'm wrong, you can say I'm wrong, and it's fine. But I believe in my mind of minds. If I'm being clairvoyant enough, it starts with an M.
My number one is indeed from Nintendo, and it does start with an M. And it's Metroid.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah.
You just mentioned right before you.
I've literally talked to J-Rod twice. This is the second time now, and he knew immediately.
Metroid is the shit. Oh, fuck yeah.
Metroid is the shit, bro.
Metroid has been my number one in terms of video games since Metroid Prime came out. That glorious fucking Christmas Day when I got Metroid Prime, my life changed for fucking ever. And it's not even the fact that it's easily one of the best looking GameCube games of all time. No argument. Not just that's what it is. It's everything about that game and the franchise overall. Got you. Yeah, Metroid changed my life. Absolutely. Like, I remember as a kid getting lost in video games and hating it. Metroid was the first time I got lost in a video game and loved it. Metroid Prime, specifically, the atmosphere just took me, the lore took me, going to different parts of this planet just enthralled me like no other game could.
Now, did you ever go back and play like the OG NES version of the original Metroid or the OG Game Boy version of Metroid 2?
It's funny that you mentioned that because a year or two after Prime came out, Nintendo was doing their NES series for the Game Boy Advance, and one of the first titles they released was Metroid.
Yeah.
So I played through the original Metroid 2 times in my entire life. Once on the Game Boy Advance and once on the Switch. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna stick with Metroid Zero Mission because I can't handle the original Metroid.
Valid. That's so valid. Metroid Zero Mission makes the first game so bearable.
Yeah, bearable, easy, and you can beat it in an hour if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
But I think the last Metroid game that I played from the original run was actually Metroid 2, because I bought it at a place called Digital Press. It's where Angry Video Game Nerd and Nostalgia Critic fought. They fought in my hometown in a mom and pop shop gameplay.
They got in a fight?
A fake fight.
Yeah, it was this big, like scripted, quote unquote, televised event. Like Nostalgia Critic versus Angry Video Game Nerd was like one of the OG crossover hype events of the internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
It happened 15 minutes away from my house.
Oh, shit.
But, yeah, Metroid, dude. Started with Prime and Fusion because they both came out on the same day in the same year in the same month, and worked back from there as best I could. Followed the series until Other M fucking killed it for nearly 10 years. And obviously I'm living my best life once more because we got Dread in 2021 after almost 20 years of it not being a thing and being a thing and not being a thing and being a thing. We're finally getting Metroid Prime 4. It's been since 2007 if you have taste. And ever since then, ever since Metroid Prime, the year it came out, that's been my number one over Zelda, over everything that I've mentioned here. Atmosphere, lore, the little bits of horror that it has, the world building, just seeing alien planets, getting lost in those planets, learning about those planets, learning about the fauna, the fucking creatures that live on there, dealing with the space pirates and their idiot fucking experiments, mutating themselves. It's the ultimate joy when it comes to gaming, and knowing that I am going to more than likely be 33 when I finally get to play Metroid Prime 4. It sucks, but it's a beautiful fucking feeling, because I remember being a kid and being like, I can't, what?
It's a reason to keep going, you know?
Yeah. And I can fulfill my long childhood fucking promise. I'm like, I promise to play Metroid Prime until it gets to 10. Which hopefully it doesn't get to that point. But yeah, it's Metroid. It's always going to be Metroid. And yeah, I can't think of another franchise that has changed me. And I've never in my life has a franchise made me look at a Godzilla figure and say, no, I'm going to get the new Metroid figure coming out instead.
Oh, goddamn, that's fucked up.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was either the Figma Emmy from Metroid Dread or the SH Monster Arts Godzilla -1. Guess which one doesn't have eyes painted on its asshole?
Well, I mean, I sit here and I say to myself, I see all of y'all, every single one of y'all, Gam Gams and J Rod, who joined us late, giving their takes, which I appreciate. JR, Brother Chase, Shin Rob, who's been here from the jump, letting us know what their takes are. I gotta sit back and I gotta say, I called every single one of y'all out. I knew what y'all number ones were. I knew it. And y'all can't say I didn't. You just go back. It's on the tape. It's here. It's live streamed.
You just said Mario for Rob is Metroid.
Yeah, you failed.
What are you talking about? No, I didn't fail anything. I said his
But
number
you
one.
did say Mother Brain in the Mario Italian accent. So.
I mean, like, legit. I knew where I was going. Everything was an M. If you paid attention, it was M. Everything started with an M. I knew where it was going. It was Metroid.
Did you say Mario because I'm Italian?
I didn't say Mario. No.
No, he was doing the Italian accent because you're Italian. Mamma mia, spaghetti and meatball.
Chase, what are you doing?
Spaghetti and meatball.
I don't want spaghetti and meatball.
I'll make you spaghetti and meatballs when you're here in 2 months.
So, okay.
I'm about it.
So, all right, now I got a question. Since I pretty much nailed every one of y'all's, it was kind of simple. Rob was the only one where I was iffy because I had no idea until Gam Gam said it ain't Sonic. I said, all right, I know where he's going. Gam Gams, you fucked that up. Thank you. That's a kiss for you. But I knew everywhere. I knew everywhere. I knew JR was going Silent Hill. I absolutely knew Chase was going God of War. Gam Gam blew himself up already. He didn't give it. He was straight up. It's Sonic. So I knew he was going Sonic. And I knew my brother was going Monster Hunter. But my top 5 is Resident Evil, Gears of War, God of War, Halo. My cheat is Left 4 Dead. What's my number 1?
Ooh.
Mortal Kombat.
No, Marvel versus Capcom.
That's 1. JR, Marvel vs. Capcom. Chase, what do you think?
I thought it was Mortal Kombat, or it's going to be Street Fighter.
Okay.
Probably Street Fighter.
Okay. Gam Gams, what do you think?
Knowing you, you might fucking cheat and fucking say Godzilla games. I don't fucking know.
So you going question marks? Gam Gams going question marks. Rob, what do you think?
Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
That's a good game.
Damn it!
That's a great game.
Oh my God! By the way, I'm writing these down, so I gotta write Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Hello, John.
My melody's in it. It's great.
Yeah.
Bro,
If he chooses Grand Theft Auto.
John, you said you knew where I was going. I
Yep.
waited for you for the end. Where am I going?
Yeah, I like that whole Godzilla guess because I mean it is a franchise. You started with the first Godzilla, you had Godzilla 2, you had Super Godzilla. There's a bunch of Godzilla games. Godzilla Saved the Earth, so you could go.
Yeah.
That's a franchise in its own. But I know you better than that, and you're going with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Uh-oh.
Look at shit.
He's wagging the finger.
Shit.
That was my original number 5.
Wow. Okay.
There you
Damn, it got
go.
way off the thing. But hey, it was on your list. I knew it had it. Like I didn't hear it at all. I'm like, shit. Like, how didn't I hear Turtles, bro? The arcade was the shit. The fucking Nintendo games were the shit. Fucking
He's
Turtles
got
in
the-
Time.
He's
Manhattan
got the
Project.
fucking arcade. It's in his
I
fucking
know.
living room.
That
I
was
know,
my
that
original.
shit.
That was
I'm
my.
just saying. That's what I'm saying. It had to be. Like,
That
that
was-
was.
I- and
that was gonna be my
I
guess if
shit-
it wasn't Marvel versus Capcom.
I shit y'all not, and y'all probably can't see it. Y'all probably can't see it.
Ninja Turtle games ever made.
You probably can't see it, but it's there. TMNT. It's
Yeah,
it's
I
there.
see it.
You probably can't see it. It's there. That was my original number 5. No, my number 1 is Batman: Arkham Asylum. The Arkham games. It's the greatest.
Oh,
series.
shit.
It's my all-time favorite.
Nice.
It's my all-time
Batman.
favorite. It's my all-time favorite. It's my all-time favorite. Listen, because while Ninja Turtles gave me everything I wanted, Gam Gams, you know this, Rob, you know this too. Gam Gams, you
I fucking know
especially,
this.
you know this. It's the 87s or bust for me, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's so true.
But Kevin Conroy has been Batman since 1993, 92, 93.
That is so fucking
Where-
valid.
Where I started to grow into my own. My brother John right there. I love him to death. That's my brother. Legit blood. I kill for him. He knows that. When that shit came out, he wasn't ready. He was watching Power Rangers. And I get it. Power Rangers is dope. But it wasn't for me.
I fucking love Power Rangers. We should talk about Power Rangers
But-
one of these days.
Yeah, we definitely will. But that Batman, the animated series, took me on a whole nother level. And then you telling me that the greatest hero of all time, Luke Skywalker, is the Joker? Wait a minute, but the greatest hero of all time is Batman. And they're fighting? It is the perfect, what's the word I'm looking for? It starts with a C. It's cacophony. I don't care. I can't even pronounce it.
Concoction.
It's not a concoction. It's a cacophony. I can't. It's a legit Batman comic book. It's named after. It's Cacophony. Whatever. The point is, Mark Hamill, Kevin Conroy, in video game form, continued the thing I grew up with, and not only that, it started with the Nintendo 64. It started with the Nintendo 64. And I own that game. I own that Batman game.
So because it's made by Rocksteady and Kevin Conroy voices Batman, do you count the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League as an Arkham game?
No, I do not. I
No.
absolutely I refute it on every
Oh,
level.
God, no.
And the reason why I get to use the Arkham games is because there's 4 of them. Asylum, City, Origin, and Night.
Yep.
And
That's valid.
And that is where I went. I went there because, in all honesty, it could have been God of War. It could have been Halo. It could have been Gears of War as my number 1. But when I really looked at this, what I really wanted to do here was, what is my favorite? What is our favorites? One of my all-time favorite things in real life was the Batman animated series. And the fact that they turned that into a video game and gave it X amount, and granted, Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill doesn't do Origins, but they do 3 out of the 4. But the fact that I got that in video game format where I can play as Batman, as Kevin Conroy's Batman, where I can actually do that stuff, man, when I tell you it hit me so different, I literally, like, I'm not lying. It was Halo.
That's
It
so
was
valid.
Halo. It was fucking Halo. And then I thought about it. And John, bro, you know me. Ninja Turtles. Abso-fucking-lutely. I bought the game. I got the arcade machine. It's in my house.
I know. We fucking, when it came out on the 360, we fucking got it right away and was playing the shit out of that. Like, dude, man,
It is.
yeah.
It is what it is. But
But
Kevin
but
Conroy.
boys, my phone's dying, so I gotta go.
No, we're ending it right now.
so
We're ending
I
it
will
right now.
have to-
We're ending it right now. All I want to say is that the Batman games, the Arkham games, that's my number one. Hands down, it's my favorite franchise. Everything they do in it is perfection. In my opinion, again, this is not everybody's. This is the number one. This is my number one. But fuck me, they absolutely nailed everything I loved about Batman when I didn't want to love that Batman. And they did it. The animated series made me love it, and then the video games continued it because I get to play it. So that'll do it. Nobody guessed mine, but I guessed everybody's else because they suck, and I'm the best, and I don't care. That's not fair. That's not nice. That's not good. Let's not do that.
Hold on. I gotta go out with a joke.
Wait, I thought
Or
your phone
just
was
a fun
dead.
fact.
Now you got to
Just
go
a
out with
fun fact. So you know Arkham Origins?
Yeah.
Kevin Conroy does not voice Batman in there. You want to know who voices Batman in that game?
I
Sonic the Hedgehog, Roger Craig Smith.
God
Let's
damn it.
go. It's
yo,
full circle, baby.
and it is a, you see? And it is absolutely fine, which is why I used it in it, because Arkham Origins, fantastic game. Played it out here when I first moved out here. I love that game. That'll do it for this episode of the G-Show live stream. I want to thank all of my guests, starting with Gam Gam Z1, because his phone is dying, so he's got to go. So Gam Gams, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, even though I was super late. Goodbye, everybody.
He's
Bye.
gone.
bro.
He's gone. Shinrob, I know it's extremely late over there. Thank you for joining us.
Of course, anytime. And like I always say, it's always a good time hanging out with the boys.
Been a good
Oh
time.
yes, the boys.
Absolutely. Brother Chase, thank you for, stalling dinner while we finished our podcast. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I love you.
Oh yeah, no, I've eaten, had my dinner. I'm all good to go. But no, this was a great podcast. It was lots of fun. I hope we do more podcasts like this because this was fun.
I agree. Actually, I want to try to figure this one out where we can do more like this. So we'll brainstorm in the chat later.
Yeah, and again, being able to express my feelings on my number one game. Again, that was a revelation in its own, and I again appreciate that. I had a lot of fun with this one.
No, I agree with that, man. That franchise, the way you explained how that works for you hits home, literally. And if anybody's listening to this, they will understand that it hits home. It hits home. Sorry. So yeah, but no, totally appreciate it. JR,
What's up?
thank you for joining us.
No, this is a blast. Just realized something.
Oh God, here we go.
I didn't put fucking Baldur's Gate on my goddamn list. Next time.
Next time, baby.
Your honorable mention list.
Oh yeah, no, Baldur's Gate for sure. You know why? Because the first and second game, I don't fuck with them that much. But we'll talk about it later.
Different podcast, different show. Not a live stream. We'll see you later. Brother J Rod, my brother.
Yo.
Thank you for getting on when you did. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, I was rushing through work, trying my hardest. I was like, damn, I want to be there, fellas. I got some talks, even though you knew my number one right off the bat. But I got my talks, man. I really want to put it out. Not many people would guess that game. Not many people even know. I mean, well, now it's bigger, so people know. Like, and just put it out there if anybody wants to play, man. You know, like, you let me know. I have every game, like, legit every game. I will jump on anything. I'll friend code anything. We'll hook up. I will put you through anything. Don't worry. I'll get you through all the battles. I promise.
He's lying. He's lying. He's the absolute worst coach. He made me. Well, he actually bought me the game for the Wii U, and he was like, "I'll coach you through it." And I was like, "No, you can take it back. I hate this game." That'll do it for this episode of the G Show live stream. I am G1 on behalf of all of my guests. I want to say thank y'all.